Uh-oh. Did I already break it? I might have already broke it. Started the stream and I already broke it. There we go. Okay. Oh yeah, I need the Garurus in here, don't I? I only need one Homeros. Homeros isn't super important for this. Yeah, because you kind of need either the rush or the jamming. It's fine. Don't know if we'll start with Meruki. Your icon changed? Yeah. So at the different tier levels, like if you're subscribed long enough, you get different family icons. Oops, not that. Let's see if I can. Oh, I'm having connection issues. Okay, cool, brilliant, lovely, lovely. I just wanted to play the game. Where isn't it community? No. It's not under content, is it? What tab is it in? Analytics? Where's my memberships? I think it would be under dashboard. Members. Oops, not that. Memberships. Here we go. Is this badges and emojis? Okay. So, if anyone's curious about my YouTube membership badges, if you're a new member, then you get Nature Spirits. After about a month, it changes to Deep Savers. 2 months gives you Wing Guardians. 6 months gives you Nightmare Soldiers. A year gives you Jungle. God, I'm blanking. Jungle Troop. After 2 years, you get Dragon Empire. Or Draconic Roar. After 3 years, you get Metal Empire, and then after 4 years, you get Virus Buster. I don't have anything post that because there's only these families, and I already had the icons made for when I made them into playmats. So that's kind of the tiering breakdown. If anyone's actually curious about what my badges are. Yeah, so we need to load the game back up because it be having loading issues. So if you haven't became a channel member, it's a great way to help support everything that I do. And I really appreciate every little bit of it because I do what I do out of the sheer love for the game, even though a lot of people might seem to disagree with that. But I don't want the game to suck. I'm critical on the game because I want the game to be better. But at the same time, like, you have to be critical about the game in order for it to be better. You can't just, like, blindly accept everything that's coming to you. You have to always, not, like, have a little bit of cynicism, but, like, you always want to make sure that you're not just absolutely blindly accepting everything. Because questioning things sometimes leads to interesting answers that can end up making games better overall. Do we take the Guru here, or do we take the Gado? I think it is the Guru. Because we have the Agio. So that means we probably take Gado then, just to have the well-rounded lineup. Yeah, I have no idea when my roommate's gonna be home, but I just got a little bored, so I figured, hey, might as well stream. So in this position, do I move the Goma up? Because if I move the Goma up, I could Digivolve it into Agio, and then set up Homeros. Is that kind of like the game plan we're looking at here? Or do I just hold back Chip and search some more? I think maybe just holding back and searching more is probably the correct play. The big question is, do I actually use this to Digivolve into Agio, or do I just choke with either In-Between or Goma? I think maybe I choke with the In-Between, because I don't have the Dan and Cannon set up, and, well, the Goma and the Tapir could also draw me 2 cards, so, like, they're all searching about the same. What is this trigger? When one of your Digivolves, okay. So, I think I do just set up the Goma. Like, I won't chip because I don't need to. All of these are really good, but I want both of these. But I only get one. So the answer is probably the Dan and Yuki. So that way I could potentially set that up with the In-Between Theater. Looking sharp today. I mean, I could swap to like more content mode. Bam. Content mode. But no, so I use the Chibi avatar because people really like the Chibi avatar for some reason. Like, it's nostalgic for them, I guess. Oh, he's doing stuff. Chat, they're doing stuff. Sendril. Is this gonna kill my stuff? It's gonna kill one of them. No, it's gonna kill both because of the when attacking. So he'll sacrifice it, kill one off the token, kill the other one. Yeah, this isn't like super threatening right now. Yeah, I think we kind of just hold back. I'm just gonna Digivolve it into the Agio, just so I can use Dan to set up In-Between Theater. Alright, we found the Sylphie, so now we just need to see the Meruki. And then next turn is most likely setting up the Asuna. Because I have AGO to move out and set up the Homeros. So without a Kaguya or anything, like, this isn't super spooky. This is kind of annoying. But, like, if he's only ever keeping one Digimon on the field, then I just go into Selfie, kill the one Digimon, and then he won't be able to use this effect. A Neon Boot, that's not incredibly good for us. So maybe I should have chipped, because now they're just going to start flooding the field. Empire, thank you for the $20 donation. Let's get this question out of the way. If Coolboy / Zenith gets an emblem because they have emblem symbols, do you think they'll function like the comic characters' emblems or the novel character emblems, or something entirely different? Ooh, that's a really good one. Oh, they turboed into Kaguya, so I think we're kind of just boned here. Yeah, I think we're just done here. Cool. I just took too long with trying to see everything. That's like the one problem with Meruki is, like, you do kind of have to see everything. He can high roll and kill people on turn 2, but not incredibly likely. But anyway, as far as the answer to the emblem question, honestly, I could see Coolboy getting the novel. I mean, they appear in both. So that's the awkward thing, is the fact that, like, they directly appear in both. I'll just search. Alright, so, we're, like, mostly good to just combo off and kill the opponent in this position. Oh, do I take the Homeros or another Sylphie? I think I just take the Homeros, because they're probably just going to die next turn. Because this is likely to live, so I can AGO on here for free, and then AGO can swing, Digivolve into Cyclone, kill his Digimon, Sylphie, 2 checks, Meruki, another 2 checks. Then end of turn, make the attack. Oh, well, I guess that doesn't matter. Yeah, my opponent is dead. Like, turn 2, right as I was saying that, this deck doesn't do it that often, I draw into it. Honestly, I think realistically, Coolboy would most likely get the novel emblem, and as much as I'd have to go and reread the Zeniths again, but I think, like, the way Zenith wants to work, it makes more sense that he would get the comic emblem. So that's kind of where my mental thought process is with it. How sick we live. Alright, now we unsuspend. Give him plus 5,000. Make the attack. And then we hard drop Homeros. Pay 1 to unsuspend. We'll just not even waste our time with the Homeros. Alright, cool. There's a good fun turn 2 OTK. All in the name of fun, right? Right? Why should my opponent get to play the game? For Zenith, it's the novel emblem. It's a little bad in my opinion. If it's comic like Owen and Shoto, it's kind of cracked. I could see it being novel. I really could. Just because, like, the idea of the novel ones and why they're designed the way they are is because they don't specifically have level 7s. I mean, granted, technically, in Cool Boy's case, his is a level 7 by default. Like, he has a level 7 by default. We could keep this. But when it comes to just what Royal Knights needs, that's like, it doesn't need any of the emblems. And that's the incredibly, like, messed up part, is, like, just the emblems in of themselves are kind of just cracked. So, like, it's so hard to say. Like, I think Zenith getting a novel emblem makes more sense because it's harder to use. And he doesn't have a designated level 7. But Royal Knights really doesn't need an emblem. Like, giving Royal Knights an emblem feels like a mistake, but, like, almost... So, maybe... Actually, I would probably give Royal Knights the comic emblem, just because they don't need anything. Like, they literally don't need anything. You make Cool Boy cost 1 less for the BT20 Cool Boy, and that's, like, the only benefit you give them. That's kind of, like, no rookie, just Cool Boy. Because Shoto gets an extra rookie, so theoretically they have, like, the liberty to play around with it. I'm not in a good spot here, am I? Probably not. I'll just Digivolve in the Agio, set up the Dan. Ooh. Play the Asuna. I should have attacked, so that was my bad. We'll trash a Tapir to draw 2. And then... Oh, I can make the attack here. Okay. Never mind. Oh, wait. No, is it only to Olympus? I'll take another in-between. That's fine. I'll in-between for an in-between. And then, yeah, he could attack. I'm putting myself in danger here by doing this. But yeah, so I think, like, giving Royal Knights as little benefit off of the emblem as possible probably is ideal. Although, I think, like, maybe they would make the emblem work with Liberators. So, like, I could see Cool Boy being, like, any Liberator level 3, and then specifically Cool Boy. Because that's kind of like how his new tamer works, is like just generic Liberator support. So maybe Cool Boy's emblem is more generic Liberator support. In which that case, maybe then it could be the 2-cost one, where it's just like 2-cost, find any Liberator card, and then when Cool Boy is played, then you could have any Liberator Digimon have its Digivolution reduction by 3 or whatever. Does Gato kill anything? Yeah, it's minus DP. Okay. So I'm probably going to have to play a Gato out this turn. What do I have in here? Just this. So we probably save that. We'll move you up. I'm almost tempted on just hard playing this. Like, kind of see where things go. You probably don't block the Agio. Like, that's most likely the smart play, is just don't block the Agio. No, blocking the Agio. Okay. So they are making it more risky on me using Gato. So I could pop this, go up to 4, hard play Meruki. Meruki costs 7, so this would give my opponent 5. So they wouldn't be able to, like, get the free Evo, but they would still be able to do a lot. Am I killing here is the question. I think if that's the case, then maybe I just play it a little on the patient side. So I could pop this, go up to 4. No, I think just choking at 1 is probably my best play. Probably just take the Homeros. I could unsuspend and get an extra attack. I don't think I need to do that right now. I don't know if they're playing the Titan variant or if they're playing the Iliad variant. But they're definitely playing Mono Blue. Like Mono Blue Time Stranger. Dynasmon walked so Agiomon can run. I could see that. I need to, like... I need to build the budget version of this, but, like, between the Dan and Yuki's and the Homeros, I'm, like, actually kind of disgusted with Time Strangers. Like, it's just unnecessary price walling people out, and I get it. The incentive is for people to buy booster boxes, but, I kind of hate it. What does this do? Return one of the opponent's level 4 to the bottom of the deck. And then that keeps this from suspending. Okay, so they are playing the Titan variant. With Master Blimp? Why would they do Master Blimp? Shark is, like, just significantly better. And then this bottom deck the Agio. I don't particularly think I care about that too much. So my opponent won't have enough damage to kill me. So I'm okay for a hot second. The extra Agio is really nice. So I could play Tapir and then Homeros. Do I even need to waste time with playing Homeros? I guess the only reason why I would be playing Homeros is so that I get the Dan trigger. That's like, is that literally the only reason why I would do it? Probably. Plus, it also gives them more memory. I don't particularly know if they need it. I mean, technically, Homeros gives me more memory. Oh, why? Oh, this couldn't suspend. So I literally was just better off playing in between theater this turn. I forgot it was stunned with their level 4. So he gets 2 checks here. Bottoms decks my Tapir, stuns my Dan. No, stunning the Homeros. That's a mistake. Okay, so maybe playing Homeros wasn't a mistake because it actually kind of like debated them. So now he gets one more swing, and ideally they don't have a Dan and Yuki in their hand to just automatically win the game. That doesn't search Dan and Yuki, so that's fine. That's not a Dan and Yuki either, so we're fine. Probably gonna take the Homeros. Yeah, I figured. Yeah, let's go ahead and use you to play out a Tapir. So that way I can search. Didn't find what I was looking for. Then we're gonna have to suspend a Digimon. He gets to unsuspend. Move up. And now we do our big power turn. We'll Digivolve first. Into Agio. Let's not play out a Tamer, because otherwise then I would not have a barrier. So, do I swing here is the question, or do I just pop the in-between theater? It's a pretty tough call here. Because I need an extra way to suspend this, and the only extra way is Cyclone makes the attack. Of course, I draw the Garurumon right now. Okay, so that's where their Dan and Yuki was hiding. So now this can make an attack. Okay. And now we DNA on the suspended Digimon. And then this will be 2 checks. And then he gets this. It's hand or trash. I think he wanted to swing before DNA. The Inheritable of Garuru. No, so because the Inheritable of Garuru is the same as Tapirmon, it functionally didn't matter if I DNA'd with this or the other one. I just wanted to save the Garurumon so that Garurumon could have a potential extra attack. Because now I just Digivolve into Merukimon and just automatically win the game. And now my Garurumon has Rush. So that's kind of why I wanted to save the Garurumon. Is because the attack was going to suspend if I Digivolved on the Tapir no matter what. Yeah, so off of that Abyss Sanctuary, they needed to disrupt my current board. And I don't think that they had the ability to because they don't have any security, so they don't have any more blockers. If I were to play, like, personally any Time Stranger deck, it's probably going to be Merukimon. Just Rush and Unsuspend is very appealing to me personally. So even if my Cyclone died in combat, then I still can DNA into the Garurumon to still have the Suspend Inheritable. Yeah, you remember that Galacti got a new Zenith? They can't have a comic emblem because New Zenith does have easy ways to suspend. Yeah, like it's really interesting to think which one that they would have. I do personally think that Zenith would have. Oh, he just hard passed? Okay. But I think like Zenith and Cool Boy could potentially have either. We take the Gato here because we already have this. And now I could like Asuna discard Cyclone or Asuna discard Goma. I could have Asuna discard basically anything but Sylphimon just to try to draw more. Hard play to kill my Digimon? That's a little rude. Oh, Meruki? Do I go off here? Like, how hard can I go off? So I move out, Digivolve for free, crack this hard play. No, I need one more turn to set up. So it's not a turn 2 OTK, it's just a turn 3 OTK, casually. Yeah, I'll give him 3. He doesn't really have anything set up though. So I think maybe just not using this in between because I already have one set up is probably the play. And I just use this again. Yeah, this probably is the correct play. You may not have one turn. What do you mean? I should have one turn. No, my Grav Crush. Yeah, so now I just win the game. Does this get these two attack right away? It does get to attack right away. So this is going to be a little bit goofy if my math is correct. Yeah, okay. So the reason why it unsuspended here is because it is during, like, start of turn happens before unsuspend. It has to be Cyclone here, unfortunately. Yeah, this is like the easiest free win ever. Tax security. Black Scramble. Oh no. Oh, okay, he doesn't have a Digimon. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I need to at least build Meruki. Like, I need to just suck it up and at least get the Dans and Cannons, and then get the Merukimon, and then just turn 2 OTK people. I have Hoodie built in paper. I just built Hoodie. Now play Cycle. Yeah. At the start of my turn, Jagras make an attack and then unsuspend, so Sylphimon can just do 4 damage off the rip. Nuts. Absolutely nuts. Neptune is also a nice addition. I would probably consider playing Neptune as a one-of. So, like, in paper, if I were to build this, I probably, for budget's sake, would cut the Homeros, and probably I would agree and I would play a single copy of Neptune, because Neptune gets the similar kind of, like, effect as Meruki to just unsuspend and get rush. Off of, like, or not get rush, but just like unsuspend with security attack plus thanks to Sylphie. So I probably do agree for like budget purposes. I would cut Homeros for an extra level 6. And that level 6 probably is a Neptune. So I think that's a really good call, especially if you're trying to save budget, because Homeros in this deck specifically really isn't needed. It's just a good buffer card. Because I know some people are just playing another, like, zero-cost memory gain option. Like, that's the more common play, is zero-cost memory gain. Like, and they'll just run 3 of them. Because they could. So I'm taking the Dan and Yuki because finding an extra level 4 is not going to be difficult. And I just need to see like, almost literally any level 4 to be able to DNA into... Well, I guess technically it has to be yellow specifically. So I'm going to play the Dan because they're going to go to 3 anyway. Use this effect to then play this out. And then we found the AGO. We could technically take Gato, but what is the floodgate? Players can't play Digimon by effects. Yeah, so that's why we're going to take the AGO, so that way we could set up set this card up. And I'm not going to attack because I need to actually keep the body around. So this is most likely Bloom Lord. Yeah, it's 100% Bloom Lord. So depending on how much memory they give me, they probably are dead. So if they give me 3 memory, so they have to put me to 4 in order for me not to get the free Evo off the Goma for them to basically maybe think about living. No, they put me to 2. Yeah, so now we just combo off and kill them. We'll gain the memory. We'll get the free Evo. Evo into AGO. AGO effects. Play out this. This will let me search. I think we just take the backup rookie. As much as it kills me to see these get bottom decked, it just has to be the backup rookie. Now we could Blinding Ray just for free 2 memory. Ooh. Swing into security, draw a card. No barrier, so that's good. I was really hoping to see the Garurumon. So technically, I could hard drop a Tapir and then try to dig for Garurumon. I mean, realistically, I don't even have to. Like, I just hard drop this, or I just Digivolve here, and then I DNA. Because I have everything set up. Like, there's nothing my opponent can do to stop this. Like, they are just functionally dying here. Yeah, suspend those tamers. Get that value out of Merukimon. Oh, there's not enough Digimon for me to just hard drop another Meruki. Okay, that's funny. We'll just drop another Dan and Cannon. We'll pay 1 to unsuspend. And then Dan and Cannon will let me use an option and then make an attack. Yeah. This deck is so stupid. I swear. I gotta go back and try out the Neptune deck that kind of won. That won the Japanese finals. Because, like, the big thing, and I'll openly acknowledge that I did not pay attention to the Titan cards. I was more focused on Iliad because, you know, he has Iliad traded cards. But I think, like, Titan, like, the blue Titan stuff is, like, significantly better than what I gave it credit for. I could have dropped to second level 6 if I used in-between theater. Yeah, there were so many avenues to just ignore whatever my opponent was doing. Like, and that's the problem with, like, super fast and consistent OTK decks like this, is, like, they just kill the opponent before they could really do anything, and then it just makes games feel incredibly bad. So, like, the big things, like, this is very clearly a problem. Like, something here is very much wrong. And unfortunately, like, they're gonna have to start hitting a lot of Time Stranger cards, but they really don't want to do that because Time Strangers is gonna have 2 more sets of support guaranteed. Because we already know BT25 is Time Strangers, and we also got confirmation that BT26 is Time Strangers. So them hitting the problematic Time Stranger cards, because Time Strangers is already proving to be problematic as is. I don't know to what level of problematic it is, but, like, I do think something about Time Strangers is incredibly fucked up, and I'm not going to sugarcoat that. So, like, the big problems, I will probably say, stem from the 2 core tamers. Homeros is a very well-designed card, but she's very, very strong to the point where she probably should be considered limited to 1. Obviously, they're not going to do that, but I think, like, Homeros at least is, like, maybe okay. And if they're going to hit any Time Stranger specific card, it's going to have to be the Dan and Cannon. Like, this card is just going to be so problematic later on, especially now that we know that the dual mechanic is also going to be featured Time Stranger cards. So you could be like, okay, I'm going to hard play a Digimon, give them X amount of memory, Dan and Cannon suspend, play the option for free, and then Arts Digivolve into the Digimon that I just hard played to set all of that up. I feel like that's going to be the intended and very obvious playline, but, like, it's going to be very, very strong and really powerful, almost maybe too powerful and too problematic. We don't know yet, because obviously we don't have anything outside of Junomon for BT25 spoilers. But I do think... How did my sweatshirt get dirty? I do think that they are going to have to hit something from Time Strangers, because Time Strangers is only going to get better, and the fact that this is a semi-consistent turn 2 OTK deck, similar to, like, Fen. Like, Fen basically ignores the memory system, and the way that, like, Homeros and Dan and Yuki... I guess, like, Dan and Yuki more specifically are very akin to why Fen got banned, is because he's ignoring the memory system so much and being so aggressive, and like, this card is hitting that same type of level. They could just say, okay, we'll hit the Bukamon egg if they really don't want to hit Dan and Yuki, but I feel like in that position that I was previously in, if I have an extra way to unsuspend Merukimon, which isn't, like, an impossibility, then Dan and Cannon is still problematic. They're gonna hit the promos? No. I don't think they're gonna hit the promos. Like, these cards are good. But you can counterplay against them a little bit more than Dan and Yuki and Homeros. The way you like counteract Homeros. So like the reason why I like Homeros in this build specifically is because my opponent has to respect the fact that Homeros is a card. That's like basically it. Like I have a Homeros, and you saw earlier in the stream that like my opponent respected Homeros too much to the point where they targeted the wrong card because Homeros was just too much of a threat over the Dan and cannon. So like Homeros is kind of just like baiting my opponent and forcing them into worse plays because they want to, like, Homeros demands that my opponent respects them. But I do think like decks like Meruki Rush is very problematic for the game because it puts a lot of pressure on decks keeping up. And if games are ending turn 2 again, Bandai's going to have to do some massive power spikes in order to catch everything up with a semi-consistent turn 2 OTK, almost guaranteed consistent turn 3 OTK. Like, I think like the slowest I OTK'd was turn 4. Which is about average for the majority of decks as is. Is like turn 3, turn 4 OTKs. Okay, there we go. I was worried I'd have to reload. Yeah, but the promos are definitely not an issue. It's literally they have to hit Homeros or they have to hit the Dan and Yuki. Because like they could hit these cards all they want, but like at the end of the day, like with the proper setup and the fact that my opponent might not actually have a response and most of the time they won't, it doesn't matter whether it's this or a rookie. It really doesn't. I have to mulligan this. This is a really bad opening hand. Really bad. The Homeros is nice, it's cute, but having 2 Merukis is kind of bricky. So I really have to have my in-between theater hit like a searching rookie, and then my searching rookie hit ideally 2 cards. That's kind of like the play lines that I'm looking at with this type of a hand. But I think like the big thing is Bandai had just another massive oversight in card design. And unfortunately, it's just a constant inevitability because when game companies print too much, because they have to plan these sets well in advance and they have to design these sets well in advance, they very clearly do not have the proper and necessary time to playtest and actually check their game. So we're starting to see the ramifications of 7 to 8 sets a year. And Wizards of the Coast already admitted that, yes, because we're just printing too much, obviously we don't give a shit about balancing inside of the set. So as a result, we're just going to be banning and restricting more cards because that's the only thing we can do, because we don't have the ability to playtest and do the proper due diligence when it comes to actual set design. I really want the Haruko here, but unfortunately, like based on my setup, it might just have to be the Dan and Yuki. No, I'm just gonna take the searching card. The searching card to find me more searching cards, just taking a little bit extra time, not relying on top decks is probably the mandatory way. I'd personally prefer if they hit Homeros with Dan and Yuki. Oh, yeah. Hitting both is, like, the best thing that they can do to try to balance. Like, very easily the best thing that they can do to try to balance. We're going to play out this, and then we're going to search. We're going to take the Searcher Rookie because that's the actual thing that we wanted to do. Yeah, I think because I don't delete the, what's its face? A second in between theater? Am I forced to play this right now? Just because he's going to, what, raid into my Digimon and delete it? So pretty much give him nothing to interact with and he can't interact? Ooh. Do we take the Garurumon or do we take the Asuna? I think we take the Garurumon. Because if we draw into a Sylphie, we should basically be good to go from here. So next turn's most likely going to be setting up Homeros because I really don't want to give my opponent anything to interact with. Because giving them something to interact with is going to be inherently negative for me. So why would I put myself in that type of a position? And without the Petrophy tokens that they currently can't create, I mean, I guess now they can technically create one. Funny enough, the Petrophy tokens, if they don't delete them, just make Merukimon easier to use. Yeah, unfortunately, next turn I'm going to have to drop, like, a Tapir or something. Either that or I just hard drop Meruki. Like, I could just hard full send a Merukimon. Yeah, we're not going to risk it. So, they have 3 Digimon out. Meruki will cost 7. It'll put him to 5. And then Meruki is most likely going to end up being deleted. But I'm probably all but guaranteed to die next turn, right? Oh, this Owen can't suspend. So as long as they're not able to create a Petrophy token, I'm okay. I'll just end the breeding, and they'll most likely kill me from here. So they'll most likely kill me from here, but that's fine. I didn't find my combo, so like I'm trying to play the best that I can while giving them nothing to interact with and respond. Oh, so he's wasting memory here. That's fine. Yeah, because he can't use this emblem because I didn't play out a Digimon. So that's the important thing here. He gets to gain a lot of memory, though, right? How much memory is he going to gain? So he gains 1 memory, 2, 3 memory back. So this is a free evolution. We'll put Meruki to the bottom. Yeah, so that was basically a free evolution. But he can't suspend his tamer, so he can't activate the emblem, which is good for me. Oh, I guess now he can. Because now he'll create a Petrophy token by getting rid of my 2 cards in my trash. So he could go into Strack here. So that'll burn me 1, and then he could Digivolve into the Strack. And then he'll burn the other one, and then Does he get the attack at the end? I don't think he does. Yeah, so he's digivolving into Strack here, so it counters my Homeros play, and it also counters this play. It also counters my evolution, but I think that's fine. Crimson Blaze to the bottom of the deck. Oof. Yeah, so all of what my opponent is doing is kind of just meaningless. I really just need to draw the Sylph, and I'm pretty much good to go. Oh, that's unfortunate. I needed that. Oh, he could use that on other Digimon too? Okay, so he's full countering my Haruko. So the only thing I can do is Meruki. Um No, it's got to be the Gato. So Gato can kill a Liza, I guess. Oh, shoot, no. Yeah, that ruined my thing. I should have done it on him. And of course now I see the card, but that's fine. I do not have lethal because I don't have the Dan and Cannon set up. Yeah, so I would need to pop both of these, Tapir to try to find Dan and Cannon, and then Agio. We did not find it. Agio won't even do me anything here, would it? Yeah, Agio wouldn't even be able to play me a Tamer because I don't have a security to burn. This is what, minus 3,000? Yeah. So we'll just kill a rookie again. And then DNA. We'll just... We'll actually... I'm gonna be bigger than this anyway, so I think I just try to, like, mitigate the field. I don't think I could actually deal with this. A second Merukimon. And then we'll just make myself absolutely huge and make the attack. Oh, not having... Not having the Dan and Cannon kind of sucks here. Because now there's no possible way that I could win. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Because the best I can do is, like, hard play another Meruki and try to clear the field. But I have to attack my opponent's Digimon, right? Yeah, I have to attack one of my opponent's Digimon. At least it's a pretty interesting fight. Was it, though? Oh, why didn't that do it? I mean, it was basically my opponent just, like, I did nothing until the very last turn where I was forced to do something, and then I just didn't have the Dan and Cannon, so I lost the game. We could keep this, because we have Searcher Goma, Dan and Cannon, and Asuna. So obviously we're going to do Goma in the Raising, and then probably just hard play this Goma. Unfortunate, but we're going to take In-Between Theater over this in the Homeros, so that way I could potentially Dan the In-Between Theater. Yeah, so maybe Homeros should just be the Neptunemon in testing, but I don't know. I'm kind of okay with Homeros just being here. Homeros is just chilling. I know they have Collision on their level 4. Oh, that's a really good draw. So do I take the chip or do I just leave it? I think I take the chip. And then I set this up. And then use this to play the In-Between Theater as planned. Ooh. I kind of just like the Tapir, but the Agios are also really good. I think just for consistency's sake, I'm just going to take the Tapir. Because I already have one of the level 4s. Well, now he gets to save. This deck can probably screw up my memory, with their abilities and make it so that it's just very, awkward. So, when an effect adds a card to my hand, They can, so they're gonna tax me for drawing, essentially. We'll take the Garuru. And then they could tax me to draw. Like, I don't care. I'll discard the Goma. That's fine. That's not that big of a deal. Second one. Yeah, so now I'm going to have Asuna discard the Gato. Oh, that's a good card. Is this a mem setter? It is not a mem setter. Alright, cool. So we're going to hard play the tape here. We're going to try to dig for what we want. And then we're going to set up the Asuna. Use the effects. Do I have a level 4? No, I just have my 5s. So we're going to discard a Gato to draw 2. Like, I don't particularly care if they're chipping me here. Because, like, they're not really doing anything super threatening. And I know that the deck doesn't just have the ability to just dump damage. Sad days. It was because Medusumon is hyped as AF. I mean, I was playing around Medusa the best that I could. It's just, oh, that's unfortunate that both of these, that 2 Sylphies were in my trash. Or in my security. So that means the likelihood of me finding one is a lot lower. So we need to take the in-between theater if this is the case. And then I actually do need to try to do something. What does this card even do? When any of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers digivolves or an effect to place... Or when any of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers digivolve or effects place cards underneath them, by trashing any 2, I get to trash the top security. And then he's just going to trash my last security here, so that makes Agio pretty bad. Oh, he didn't. Yeah, I kind of have to do something here. Nope. Okay, so that's when attacking for Goma, but I have too many cards in my hand. Oh no, my Blinding Ray. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to like hard drop Meruki here. Yeah, unfortunately, I have to kind of like make some kind of a play line. Go away. Yeah, unfortunately, I only get one end of turn attack. Yeah, it's mostly the fact that like I had two of my Sylphies in my security. That really just made things like super extra awkward. So I spent a lot of time trying to dig. I like what? How many cards did I dig through? So 6, 9, 12, 13. So I dug through 13 cards out of my deck that turn to not find a Sylphie. So as long as he doesn't have a rusher, which I think he does, I'm okay. If he does have a rusher, then I'm in trouble. He's got 16 cards in his hands. Like, I'm sure he's got something. Are they processing the end of attack correctly? Probably. Should have drawn better, skill issue. Right, yes. It was 100% a skill issue on my part. Seeing 13 cards out of my deck in a single turn and not finding the one that I needed exactly, definitely was a huge skill issue. I 100% agree with that. Doesn't this thing have collision? Yeah. So I just like sack these guys. What, did he think I wasn't gonna block? Oh, do they not have it? Gotta need protagonist powers? Yeah. From their play lines, it doesn't look like they have it. So they get to play another one of these for one memory. Why'd he do that? Does Blastbond have collision too? Yeah. This doesn't even have rush. When attacking by trashing 2 gets plus 3000 DP. On play, give one of the opponent's Digimon, it has to attack. Okay, so he's gonna try to basically turn skip me here. That's their play line, is just turn skip. So probably do it on the Gato. Meruki? Why? I mean, I guess he's 13k, so he just blocks me. I'm so lost, chat. Yeah, taunting I think should skip. He gains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so he'll gain what? How much memory for skipping? Only 2? So he'll gain 2 for this. He gave me 9. Why did he give me barrier though? I mean, sure. I don't know what they were doing, chat. I mean, I can't use barrier, sure. So he got me. But I literally just hard drop another Merukimon. He knows I have it. Oh, hold on, chat. Hey. Of course, now I see the card. I mean, I have game in so many ways that this just functionally doesn't really matter. Yeah, see, there you go. Oh, what's up? WhatsApp, let's go. I do not use WhatsApp. That was just my ringtone. Are any of these games like actually entertaining, chat? Like I'm very curious on like is me actually just sitting here playing OTKs like actually entertaining? I mean, what if they have a level 7 ace? So, the playline that I took even counters a level 7 ace. Because I can just hard play the Merukimon and then get the end of a turn attack. Cyclomon MVP. Yeah, that's why I know a lot of people are just all in on the Garurumons, but like sometimes you just need that extra tiny bit of rush in case something goes wrong. So like Cyclomon is still actually a pretty decent card. Especially like, so if I had Cyclomon in Sylphimon, just as an example, I can swing with Sylphimon, do the 2 checks. If I hit like a level 7 or a level 6 with 13k, as you saw, then Sylphimon could have split out the Cyclomon, and I could have gotten an extra attack like right away, right then and there. You think it depends on the matchup? As far as like if watching OTK decks is entertaining? It's cool. You just your opponents make my head hurt with their plays. I'm not perfect, but man, they're wild. They skill range definitely varies. Yeah, exactly, Luffy. Like I like the flexibility because I already have the suspend inheritable on the tapirs. So like the only like benefit that I'm gaining for Garurumon is literally just the jamming part. But like that's also what Agio is doing because like yes, barrier is obviously not as good as just jamming when attacking the opponent's security, but like sometimes it doesn't proc and sometimes it doesn't matter. So like I still like the tech of Cyclone. And then like Cyclone also gives me access at raid, which is a little bit less valuable considering I just try to suspend everything anyway. But like it could come up in certain situations where like I need to raid into a specific Digimon. But it's mostly just for the fact that it says rush. That's the big appeal. Oh, come on. You were doing so good. There we go. Oh, look at how bad this hand is. Oh, so bad. All right, we're mulliganing. That's not quite good, but okay-ish. How was the movie?
It was really fun. Final scene was basically like big old fight in a water park slash carnival.
Okay. A water carnival.
A water carnival.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta do that before it goes up on me.
Oh, your license tabs?
Yeah.
Yeah, yours is a little bit sooner than mine. So, yeah, I obviously have to do mine. Oh, and tomorrow we could probably watch My Hero. Because, I mean, we could technically watch it tonight, but I'm guessing you're a little on the tired side.
No, I already watched something for a minute. Dinner was good though.
Looked okay. Oh, I gotta put my dinner away. Oops. You just reminded me.
Good. Make sure if you need something that needs to soak, soak it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna force you to watch it tonight, but make sure it's ready to be watched.
Yep. Aye, aye, Captain. Man, I'm drawing really badly. So, play Haruko or Asuna in this opening hand? Yeah. Like, even if I don't have a rookie start, like, it's not the worst because there's just so much search in this deck. It's insane. They are playing Hades apps. So, their deck is a lot less efficient than ours. So, I think we're okay. Like, they have less draw. They have less search. Their cards are more clunky and cumbersome. Like, their best play here is probably hard drop. Oh, they're just going to Digivolve into Biomon. Interesting. Another Sylphie. Yeah, so now we're just forced to in-between theater here. Probably take a Tapir. And then depending on how memory goes next turn, I probably should Agio on the Goma. So they're probably going to go into Hades here. Yeah, this is why Big Bang Punch is, like, insane. Yeah, they're going into Hades here. So I know he could overclock, but he doesn't really have anything in his trash setup, though. So, like, this isn't really that big of a threat. So, like, what's he gonna link? Because he just has a Wind Digivolving. These are all Wind Linkings and not anything. Oh, I guess he's gonna search. Oh, I guess that stopped my Merukimon from being played. Oh, no, I guess never mind. So depending on what I draw, I could pop off really hard here. What did he put in? Oh, de-Digivolve? That's fine. Oh, this'll happen before. Right. So I'm going to play out the Tapir here. Okay, that's exactly what I needed to see. I'll take Cyclone also. Do we Goma? Or do we just Gato? I think we just Gato. So unless we draw into a Dan. Yeah, I'll still just Garurumon here. Nope. So this should be pretty free. Okay, he's got another Big Bang Punch. Unsuspend. I'll actually give the plus 5,000 to Goma. I think I messed that one up. That's fine. He gets to de-digivolve me, but I'm still 13, so it's fine. And then I just set up an Asuna. Discard a Goma and draw 2. Oh, there's another Meruki. Alright. Don't attack via effect. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have attacked via effect, but it's fine. I don't think they could reasonably do anything in this position. So, oh, I should have discarded the Cyclone. So if they put me to 1, then I can't do my thing. Okay, never mind. They put me to 2. Take Gato and Homeros. Oh, no, Homeros goes away. Yeah, that doesn't matter. Hey, there's the Dan and Cannon. So, I Agio here. Well, I mean, I technically don't even have to do that. I just swing. And then just Digivolve into Cyclone and then win the game. Because Rush. Yeah. It's just that easy. Sure. Oh, we could probably keep this hand. It's not optimal, but we have play lines. We probably Haruko and then, like, try to double Asuna. The important thing is we have the Merukimon. And, we have the Demi-Devi to set up. So, like, the replacement for these cards is, the ones that evo for 1. Like, they reduce the evolution. In between theater, so more search power. Probably just take the Gato because we're going to have to discard something to draw 2 off the Asuna. And Gato's a halfway decent target to discard. Axamon. Draw 1, trash 1. What's up, Green Hill Mario? Axamon. Are they going to try Turbo Axamoning here? No. Oh my god. My hand just gets so bad. Wait, but it's Gaiamon, meant to be Earth? Yeah. Gaiamon is supposed to be Earth. Quite a day at work, so I can watch. That's nice. Sometimes we take those quiet days. Ooh, an Agio. Yeah, unfortunately, we still just have to set up the asanas. Sorry, Gato. Man, I'm drawing terribly. This is 100% a skill issue here. Is he actually able to go into a Examon here off of 1 memory? Core. Core lets him have jamming, I guess. Asuna to pitch more asanas? Probably. Okay, so now he gets end of turn DNA. So now he could go into Examon. Oh, it does get to attack. So he does get to pop everything. Right? Oh, it just deletes one of them. It doesn't even delete all of them. Well, that's the one I needed anyway. How much security tech does this thing have? Unfortunately, we have a Sylphie in here, so that's kind of bad. Okay, Cyclone's pretty good. Do we keep the Cyclone in our hand? What are we doing, though, to Digivolve? We don't really have anything set up for it. So I think we do just discard the Cyclone. So this is Meruki swing into here turn. Draw one, trash one. Probably... I have 3 Merukis, so we could trash a Meruki. Well, that kind of sucks. And then... if there are 3 or more Digimon... okay, yeah. So we just Digivolve here, or hard play this. Use Merukimon's effect. Suspend, suspend. Give him the DP. Attack over his Examon. Unsuspend. And take the Homeros at this point. I technically could have had the Garurumon attack. Well, there was a second Examon. Because it had jamming, but I don't think I really needed to make that happen. Because he would just be able to suspend stuff anyway. So, can Examon even come back in this position? I'm really looking forward to Junimon from the Time Stranger box, the next one. Yeah, Junimon looks pretty good. Never punished on the Agio swing, right? That's why we swing with Agio. Keep the probably could have kept the Meruki in hand. That might have been a good call. Discarding one of the searching rookies might have been a better idea, just to have the searching rookie in the trash for the Asuna potentially. That would also have been a good call. So good call outs. Yeah, you can't... there's no possible way he's going to be able to DNA here. Does he like hard play crisscross? Does the deck have that play line? It's possible, I guess. Losing the Dan is going to be pretty big. But I think I'm like in good enough of a position to just be able to hard slam another Merukimon and kind of just win the game from there. I also have Asuna, which can play out the Cyclone from the trash. So I could get an extra free attack there, because he's most likely going to delete the Dan cannon. There's no way that they don't delete they delete in between theater. Oh, does this stun all of them? Oh, it does. So now he gets his piercing check and delete my... Really? Oh, he gets to pop 2 of them? Yeah, okay. And then he gave me enough memory where this is not really a factor or an issue. So I couldn't get my extra attack there. So I could get 2 attacks with this. And then I have to get this set up somehow. So I have to hard play the Merukimon no matter what, right? Because I wanted to try to maybe, like, set up a DNA play. Like, dig for a DNA. How many Sylphies? 2. So we're in the same position as we were last time, where 2 of my Sylphies were in security. So the likelihood of me finding a Sylphie at this point is pretty small. Is Sylphie the only way I win the game, though? Because I could hard drop Meruki. I could easily kill the Eximon. That's not an issue. I could get 2 attacks off of it, and then I'm kind of stuck because I'm all out of memory. So I think the playline is to try to dig for the Sylphie. Because otherwise I'm dead out of raising anyway. Oh, well, cool. There's the Sylphie we were looking for, chat. Alright, now we basically firmly win the game. So the big question here, I should probably play it safe by swinging into the Eximon, so that way I could Digivolve into Merukimon, unsuspend, play out Dan in Cannon because I have the inheritable here. Yeah, so this is probably the playline. I can't unsuspend via effect? This should be able to, right? Oh, I pierce anyway. Well, I mean, I guess technically because I live, Tapir just swings and wins the game. Eximon is confusing. Oh, that's cute. I guess you're using that for more memory. Yeah, I mean, I just swing for game here. Yeah, I'm an idiot. All my cards have rush. I just spam rookies. Because Merukimon gives them all rush. So I literally just hard drop rookie, hard drop rookie, hard drop rookie, and then I just win the game because I had, what, 7 memory? I mean, what I did was still technically correct, because the Tapir had the rush anyway. And then if the Sylphie would have died, then it spits out a level 4 that, because of the Meruki, also would have rush. So, yes, what I did was the correct line of thought. Even Exa is using Crimson Blaze? You have to use Crimson Blaze. Meruki turns this game into Yu-Gi-Oh! Basically. I mean, any type of deck that can OTK as fast as turn 2 usually is not healthy for the game. You forgot it gives piercing too? I also forgot it gives piercing too. This is an okay hand. So we're probably going to have Demi Devi go in here for the consistency of draw discard, possibly. Lucimon. Move that out. Gain a memory. Okay. Ooh, good draw, good draw. So we'll have Demi Devi go in here. Good draw. Play out Goma. Goma's gonna search. Do we take the extra Goma or do we just take the Agio? Because we already have an Agio. I think it is just Agio. And then Cyclone. And then probably set up a Tamer. So I could Digivolve into Agio and then set up the Tamer. That's probably better. Ooh, that was a really good draw. Set up the Tamer. Use the effects to discard the Cyclone. Alright, we're almost good to go. We just need the Danon Cannon and we can just let it rip. I mean, I could just bully Lucimon anyway. Like, I don't have to just straight up OTK, but I could just bully them. Everyone's favorite Fallen Angel? Yeah, it's pretty bad. So, unfortunately, he is preventing me from just chipping at his security. But, I mean, I just go into a Sylphie here. That's got the Goma. Yeah, we're kind of just forced to do this. So this is just when Digivolving, suspend, and then when attacking, unsuspend. So I'll still be able to get 4 checks off of here. Because this is when Digivolving, when attacking. So I could decline it. We'll discard a Goma. A Death X. That's bold. Agio punch over the small Lucimon? Yeah, and then I'll also have Piercing. So this is one of those few instances where Raid is actually useful. Oh my god, stop it! No, so, chat, I have lethal here. Like, thank God he isn't recovering because I have lethal here. At least, like, unless I hit a recovery out of security. Because this is just the searcher, right? Yeah. I mean, Fallen Angel, literally, not as an insult. I mean, I get it. But, I mean, this deck is so bad that, like, it's so barely even playable. Oh, no! The Tamer I needed. Oh, what? It's not an Iliad? Oh, I misplayed. Chat, I misplayed. It wasn't an Iliad. How is this not an Iliad? Chat, I'm panicking. I'm panicking. Yeah, the promos are not Iliad. How dare they? Because your starting Digimon is meant, because it's your starting Digimon, meaning it's not from Iliad, it's from the real world. See, Empire, why do you have to bring logic into this? I mean, my opponent, if he has the attack option, he just wins here, right? Yeah, if he has the option that just lets him attack, he just wins. Because he uses that... oh, wait, no, he can't sacrifice a security. Oh, that's huge. Oh, he gets to gain 1 memory off of this, and then he just attacks for game. Okay. I played myself because I sacrificed too much of my own security. I was hoping off of the Agio to draw into a Danon cannon and then win that way, but that play line actually killed me. Card games, reading is impossible. No, reading is just implied. Like, you don't need to read to play games. You just need to guess what they do based on the picture. Oh, rookie draw. Nice, nice. Is this mem setter? No, he is not a mem setter. But the play is still Digivolve here. And then set this up, discard Cyclone to draw 2. Awful draws. Terrible. So, do I have to beat up the Venmons, or do I not care about him Digivolving? Still pretty bad card draws, not gonna lie. Maybe I should have just set up an in-between theater instead of setting up the asanas, but the asanas actually, like, allow me to try to play stuff out of my trash, so it's probably okay. At this point, you draw 2 asana, pitch the second one. Ooh, there we go. Alright, so we're going to end the breeding here. We're not going to raise out. And then we're just going to asana and in-between. Do we in-between before asana or asana before in-between? I think we asana before in-between. We'll pitch the Gato. And then we just set up an in-between. Yeah, because that's Mem Setter. And then we just grab another in-between. Or do we grab like a safety rookie? I think we just grab another in-between. Like, we could play this passively. Like, as long as he doesn't go into Galacti like this turn, or even a Destro to pop one of my Asanas, I still think I'm okay. Okay, so that's the Destro that'll pop one of my Tamers. So I could play both Cyclone and Gato. Yeah, I think we just do this now. I could play the Asuna off of an Asuna? What? Wow, okay. Learning something new every day. I guess it really doesn't matter which one I delete. Yeah, that's so wild. This is when attacking suspend. So unfortunately it's not drawing me cards, but I'm gonna gain 2 from in between, gain 2, hard play Meruki. Is that my play line? I think it is. Gain 2. Gain 2. Gain 2. Hard play. Oh, I should probably attack first. Or does it matter? No, because it doesn't matter because the unsuspend is on the when attacking. What does the Zenus do? That's an on play, so that's not doing anything. This is a your turn. Okay. Oh, I need another way to unsuspend something. Oh, no, I just hard play a Garurumon and then it has Rush. Or I could hard play Aegiomon to set up the Asuna again and then it has Rush. Yeah. Oh, no. That's fine. Yeah, and then I also had this to unsuspend. So I had like 6 ways to Sunday to lethal him. There. You have your 6 memory. I win the game. Just hard play, GG. Yeah, exactly. I figured it out. Because I also got the unsuspend, so I still had lethal math. So hard dropping the Merukimon after spawning lots of Digimon on the field was the correct play. Can't unsuspend because not blue. Oh, true. Strong. Yeah, so the hard play Digimon was correct. This is okay. I could set up a Dan and Cannon early to get the in-between theater. It's asking for a lot of pieces, though. A lot of pieces. Oh, they're going first. Okay. So they're playing Aegiomon? Hard play Aegiomon? Excuse me? I guess my turn is pretty easy. We do Demi Devi back here. We set up the Dan and Cannon. And then we set up the Asuna. Asuna's effects. Do we just discard the Agio? Or do we just do Tapir? I think we just discard the Agio. Definitely the correct play. And then we in between theater. Who? Gato or the Haruko? Both of them are really good. I think the answer's Haruko because I can always just replay the Agio in my trash. I don't necessarily need the Gato. At least not right now. Hold off until May comes. I wonder if EX11 things will shake up enough. Yeah, EX11 is definitely going to have some big shakeups because Vortex Dramon is like a cracked card. But 2 Gatomons? Yeah, I know. I can only take one of them. But right now I need search, and this is going to search me more cards. Because Aegiomon is a slowish deck. I say slow-ish because, like, literally outside of this, it's not really dealing that much damage to be super spooky. The deck also doesn't have blocker natively unless they're running Merva. Jupiter. Oh, crap. There goes 2 Merukis. Does this have security tech? No, it just has barrier. 2 Merukis going away is extra spooky for sure. No. So we end the breeding here. We play out probably Haruko first. Do we take in between? So I could Digivolve into the Garurumon and then hard play and then search. Yeah, it's not super optimal, but Yeah, we're just gonna have to, like, Haruko. Discard probably the Goma. Okay, that's really good. So we got one piece. We just need to find the last piece, and then we're good. Oh, cool. I guess we're good. All right, my opponent has one turn to kill me. So this is their last turn. Otherwise, I win the game. I have found all of the pieces to Exodia, and now all that's left is for me to obliterate. Yeah, because I have to bring back the Agio. So I could hard play the Tapir off of the Haruko, use Asuna to play out the Tapir, or not the Tapir, the Agio, and then I have the Sylphie already ready. Yeah, this is my opponent's last song. What are your thoughts on Merukimon will face versus Vortex? Um, if I kill them before they could get into Vortex, it's basically free. That's literally the answer. Is like it's a rush between them turboing Vortex and Meruki doing Meruki things. Like it's just a race. Like I honestly feel like it would be 50-50 because of that. And I don't know exactly how fast and how much memory on average the Zephyga deck will give. Like they have this slight like edge on turning some of my effects off because they could just pay the large amount of memory um to turn these off. Yeah, so my opponent is going to have to turn all of these off. So they have to play something that costs 4. Or no, they have to play something that costs 5. Inori. So they have to hard play something that costs 5, otherwise they lose the game on the spot. Homeros? Yeah, they could play Homeros. They could hard play an Agio. Don't forget they have an Ace. Yeah, they also have an Ace. And their Digimon also can become immune to Digimon effects, which is really powerful. So, like, Zephyga could unsuspend himself, give himself immunities, and then should technically have blocker because you're still playing the good Shoto. Yeah, so I think, like, it's really can also medieval kind of messes up the deck. So I think like if Zephyga is able to move fast enough, it should have an okay matchup into Meruki Rush. But if Meruki Rush hard combos them and is able to go off turn 2, turn 3 before Zephyga can do its thing, then Zephyga just automatically loses the game. Okay, so my opponent just automatically loses the game here. Cool. We will play this from hand first. To play the Tapir. Tapir will grab you and you. Then play Digimon from trash. We'll play Agio. Agio will play out the Haruko. Haruko will dig for the Gato. And then we will go into here. So we could raise out, gain a memory, Digivolve for free into the Gato. Gato will minus 3k. That doesn't matter. What's its all turns effect? When a security is removed, trash the top of the opponent's security. When any of your Digimon with Time Strangers... Okay, so it literally doesn't do anything. Yeah, we'll just drop that. So he could go ahead and trash the top of my security. That's fine. And Nori can't activate. And now I DNA. What's under here? Draw? Yeah. We declare not to make the attack, so that way we could just Digivolve here. Suspend. Yeah. They saw the writing was on the wall. All I did was just play Meruki Rush all day. I don't know. Just... It feels so degenerate and so brain rotty of a deck that, like, I kind of just like it. If anyone in chat, like, wants to scrub through all of my games and finds, like, what my average win rate for tonight was, that would be absolutely amazing. I'm not gonna disparage anyone for doing that. Because then you'd be missing content, which I totally get. And I'm not asking anyone to do that specifically. If anyone wants to, they could. I could easily just do that myself post-stream and then just post it as the pinned comment. But I am very curious. I think this hand is keepable. I'm going first, which is kind of unfortunate, so maybe it's not. This is arguably better. Arguably. Yeah, like a Tech 1 Crimson Blaze in here wouldn't be that bad either, just thinking about it. Of course, now I see you. And of course, now you come too. This is DM version 2. Yeah. So these cards are kind of just super sus. Clickbait title, win rate, Merukimon degeneracy. I mean, I should have just done that as my title. Yeah, I think I do just do this. And then this digs me deeper. Found the Meruki. Swing. Do I pay one? No. I don't think I care. I'll only care maybe if he's attacking me. And it's like a favorable trade. Otherwise, like, I'm okay with it dying. Like, as long as he doesn't disrupt my tamers and I'm able to keep Agio alive, I should basically be good. How many matches have I played? A lot. The entire stream was this deck. Also not blue? Yeah. I have to keep remembering that it's only specifically for blue. It's literally in here just for Merukimon to just get an extra attack. I mean, I guess technically, like, you have, Garurumon. But... oh no, he's trashing my sources. That's not good. I needed that Bukamon. Actually, I don't have the setup where Bukamon is relevant, so it kind of just doesn't matter. The sources would be nice, though, just for Sylphie. Oh, my security. So if he's not able to deal with the AGO or get these Tamers off the field, I think I just clear his Digimon and just deal lots of damage. Whoa. Excuse you, sir. So we'll do 5k from our hand. We're going to set up the Goma. And then we're going to do 1 from our trash. And this has to be the Garurumon. And then at the start of our turn, Goma will activate and we get our Windigi. I think we hold off with AGO. So now we just Sylphie here. Oh, I have to swing with AGO because it has to be one of these two. Okay. Yeah, so we have to swing with AGO. Barrier. Then DNA. Get rid of his Digimon. Give me the buffs. All of the buffs. Make the attack. Oh no, he gets another analog. Swing and draw card? No. Do I just pass the turn on to Meruki? I think I do. Meruki's just obnoxious enough. Yeah, unfortunately, saw the Dannon Cannon too late. Excuse me? well, okay then. That was fast. Would have been better to buff the Cyclonemon. You're probably correct on that, but I don't think it mattered in the end. The fact that my opponent just hard played a Justimon and just attacked, like, wild, absolutely wild. What was he thinking of gaining from that? So they were DM Justy. That was the mystery. What just happened? Yeah, they hard played Justy X, swung with Justy X, and then it died to my last security, which was Merukimon, which basically full stopped them from whatever they were going to try to do. The opponent doing the only thing they can do, just get a single attack in, right? Actually, I wanna let's run the Neptune. Like, let's run a tech 1 of Neptune and see how this feels. I'm curious. Like, Neptune's for those, like, off situations where you just can't OTK. But, like, the only other awkward thing about Neptune is, like, without Dan and Cannon, you're just not getting an end-of-turn attack. It was to show you have 0 security left. Put them down. Making practice hands. That's basically what this deck feels like. It's just practice hands.deck. Like, the Dans are really important, though. This is technically playable. I'm gonna mulligan, though, just because I want better hands. Actually, there's a hard argument to keep this in slow build. I don't know what my opponent's playing, so it's probably better if I just mulligan, but I really feel like I can actually just keep this hand. Oh, this hand is significantly worse. I made a mistake. No. No. What am I doing? I goofed. Chat, I goofed. Misplay. Misplay the century. Actually, maybe if I'm able to, like, Gatomon into something, it might not be bad. Okay. Okay. We can recover. We can recover, chat. Oh, we're cooking. We're cooking. I think it just has to be Asuna here. It's either Asuna or Meruki. I think, like, right now, this is definitely the hand to try to set up a Neptune type play. I think it's just Asuna. More cards in hand. It sucks losing the Meruki, but, like, I think right now, with how bad my hand is, I don't think I could afford a Meruki play. Yeah, so, do I just set up? Do I waste my time digivolving here, or do I just hard play the Asuna and discard a Gato? So do I try to choke them, or I think maybe it is the choke play. No, I'm feeling brave. We're gonna Asuna. I just need to see more cards quickly. Those were not cards I wanted to see. Actually, like, this isn't bad because if they hit a proper level 4, then I can go into Neptune. Okay. There's 2. Are they going to reverse combo me? Oh, do they gain a memory? No, they don't. Okay. These are all cards. Do I just take the Meruki and go for the combo? Or do I take something else? I think I do just take the Meruki. Meruki and Dan. So, unfortunately, I am going to have to take a whole turn off to memory choke them and set this up. But I needed that to happen. So now next turn I could potentially Agio here, play the Dan. Or depending on what I find... Found nothing, so we're Agioing. So it's what, the top of their security or the bottom? Yeah, unfortunately my hand is just too big. Zubagon. I think I do just take this check. And then we Agio in here, so that way when we move them out, we Dan. Yeah, this definitely feels like it's the correct line of play, because this takes away their OTK. Because now they don't have enough security to flip it all face down, because they need 3. It is a little unfortunate that I just won't be able to DNA, but that's kind of why, like, I feel like just grabbing the Meruki is still kind of a safe play. Unless they hit, like, a Asuna out of my security, and then I could just play the taper from the trash. Does this have piercing? No, it doesn't. It does have protection. They're probably going to want to punch a Gato. Like, right in the face. I wouldn't blame them. Really? Are they going to Queen Bee here? No. They're still Vespa acing. Yeah, that's fine. I could care less. Alright, we'll see what they can do with 10 memory. How much face... They have 2 face-up security, so as long as they don't get a third... Oh, they get a third one anyway. Okay, I gave them. I threw. I needed another turn to set up. Their Tiger Vespa Ace was just too protected. This is arguably worse. God, what is with giving my opponents really good starts by me bricking? By the way, reminder, when you're trying to build Royal Base with EX11, new Queen Bee can play out the Tamer as well, because it has Royal Base in text. That's why Mervimon is the best Olympus 12. Yeah, Mervimon, maybe Mervimon is the better, like, Tech 1 of card. Just because of D-Digivolve, like, Meruki's kind of cute, but, like, Merva, like, and that's why, like, it slowly loses its identity and just transitions into, like, slop. Like, that's my problem with running too many level 6s, is, like, the deck slowly loses its identity and just tries to end up being, like, tech slop. Yeah, blocker and reboot. I'm not saying it's not bad. It probably out, if anything, it would have won me the game, because then they couldn't make their attack play. Because I just blocked with the Merva. Merva 1 would have been cheaper, and then I would have blocked with the Merva. And then Merva also would have de-digivolved their Digimon, and then that would have took away a lot of memory. That's an interesting tech card. Are they just trying to be like Armadillo DNA looping? Like, is that the game plan? Like, if they don't do anything about this Gold Numemon, I'm just gonna... Yeah. Is this... That's BT16. Okay. Yeah, I was debating about digivolving into Gato, and then I'm just like, no, it's probably best for me to just set up a Digimon and hope they can't really interact with it. So, I don't know exactly what they're going to be doing. Oh, Alphamon. Alphamon will kill this? When this Digimon suspends, if Krumi is in this Digimon's Digivolution source, or it has two of the same level, which it does, then unsuspend it. So I get to suspend two things. He'll unsuspend. By the way, I want to ask why the audio is so low. Oh, my desktop audio is just absolutely fucked up. Hold on. Oh, it should be default. Hold on. What the heck? Because, there we go. My bad. Good catch. Actually, not the audio, the music. I just generally have my audio pretty low. I don't think I could do anything about Alphamon this turn. Reboot, blocker, partition. Yeah, there's nothing I could do about Alphamon this turn. I have to wait. Unfortunate. Probably take Asuna. I probably shouldn't have asked that. I probably should have asked that at the start of the stream. That's fine if you didn't. It's not the end of the world. Another Dan and Yuki. Yeah, so I have to make a play this turn. Otherwise, I kind of just automatically lose the game. It sucks that this thing has reboot. And then he's gonna DNA into a shack. Yeah, I unfortunately have to take the tape error just to try to search for something. Goma's alright. Meruki's alright. I only get one? Oh. No, it has to be the Garurumon. Alright, now I stop gaining memory. So let's see. I can pop this. Because this is unaffected, unfortunately. And if they most likely have a second Alphamon. So I think I just lose the game because they have a second Alphamon in their hand. I guess if they're not able to keep turn and Digivolve, then that's fine. So it Digivolves for 4. So I just have to not give them 4 memory. Oh, but they're just gonna block anyway. No, so I have to do this. This sucks. I hate every little bit of this. Yeah, I can't suspend this because it's unaffected by Digimon effects. So if they're stupid, they block. Oh, I guess... Oh, they have an ace? I mean, I don't think that was a good play. Oh, he's got barrier. Okay. So I have to keep Merukimon unsuspended. Hey man, saw you in another stream where I asked you for a budget deck ideas and you said to look at my videos. You decided to look up the starter deck 20 and 21 and start from there with locals. Those are okay. That is Adventures, which is getting support in March. Adventures, the support looks like it just wants to be Crisscross Omnimon. Do I take the Tapir or the Agio? I think I just take the Tapir. Agio probably was the correct call. Yeah, when it comes to other budget decks, Sukuyamon right now is a really good budget deck. Like, you could build a competitive version for, like, 30 bucks. I have a video on that also. Hoodie is bound to get banned, but is also an incredibly good deck. Oh, are they gonna DNA? Are they legit gonna try to set up a DNA? This gives security attack -2. That's obnoxious. Not insurmountable, but obnoxious. Yeah, this does not have reboot, but it does have barrier. You're not a fan of Sakuyamon as a Digimon? Though you love that it comes with Digimon sleeves? Yeah, because it's an advanced deck. I don't understand the terms, but once you get your hands on it, you'll be playing it. You play Fusion World, Gundam, and One Piece, so you'll eventually get the hang of it. Yeah, they all play relatively similar. Like, it's Bandai card games. They just do similar things. Do they have another shack to DNA? Because if they DNA, I'm in trouble. Okay, they have CS Shack. Game's over. Yeah, the Alphamon just was a little bit too hard to deal with because it unsuspends itself. If it didn't unsuspend itself, I had the ability to take care of it. And then the fact that so after testing, I have found that Neptunemon is incredibly and powerfully lackluster. Like, the card is just not good enough for this. And I think, like, probably Merva might be better. You were thinking originally Creepymon, but it just passes my budget for now and seems more complex than Adventures at the moment. Yes and no. Creepy is like a very standardized, like, stack-based deck. It's just a lot of triggers are happening all at once. When it comes to, like, how Creepy plays, because it's just stacking all of the effects. So you're going to be, like, setting up options in the back row, essentially, to just pop off in a single turn. Because it's just like, you're going to move out, you're going to mill 2, Digivolve, mill another 2, mill the opponent cards, Digivolve again, mill some more cards, then Digivolve again into Creepymon. Creepymon blows something up. Swing. Mill more cards. Digivolve out of the trash into Creepymon X. Like, there's just a lot that's going on at once, which gives it the illusion of complexity, but, like, realistically, you're just triggering all of your cards in a very sequential order. This is okay. Creepy also needs multiple supers and potential promo Demi-Devi. I think, yeah, the promo Demi-Devi is definitely an issue, because I think, like, this card's just incredibly good for Creepymon. What the heck are we doing? Agumon? That might be just annoying enough, actually. We'll search first before we discard. Ooh, we have to take the Sylphie because we have the other colors. Because we have the red and the yellow, so this is mandatory. I think I ruined this. This has raid, right? Yeah, it has raid. So rookie searchers are bad, so we go with option searching. We take the Dan and Cannon. Yeah, I don't want to just give him stuff for free. Yeah, that's the card. It reminds me the Demi-Devi promo is like 25 each. Yeah, Demi-Devi is like that's why Bandai like does promos and everyone fucking hates them, is because like when Bandai does them poorly, it just unnecessarily makes the game less accessible. The idea behind it is you're supposed to do what they say to get the promos and then they're accessible, but even then if you do what they say, they're still not incredibly accessible. Yeah, so now we just do this. Oh, we use this effect to discard. It's either the Cyclone or the Gato. I'm gonna do Gato. So all I'm waiting for is basically a Merukimon. So I probably could hard play this Tapir then next turn. Because the second I move out, I'm gonna Agio. And I don't particularly care if this dies right now. Either that or it's just set up another Tamer. Yeah, the only thing this deck needs is like a way to retrieve cards out of the trash. So let's give him no bodies to work with. There's the Merukimon we were waiting for. So now we're pretty much good to go in terms of our setup. So the opponent has to do something here, otherwise they die. Death it is. Yeah, let's do some goofy shit. Do I Tapir first or do I Goma? I think I Goma. I do the first one Goma, and then I do the second one Tapir. Oh, I have the Gato in my trash. Never mind. I do Cyclone. So that should have been the Tapir. Yeah, because now I get to do goofy shit. Alright, this is always the fun goofy shit. Where it's technically during my unsuspend phase, so once I make the attack, it unsuspends. And then I draw. And then I move out. Then I use the effect. Play this for free. We get a gain a memory, and then Digivolve for free. Am I actually worried about anything? Probably not at this point. Discard, probably Goma. And then Meruki. And then we unsuspend. And my opponent dies. Yeah, I should have done the search first, but it worked out fine. Yeah, as long as you see your pieces, you're good. Yeah, I realized I could do the goofy Sylphie play, which is so goofy that it works that way. Like, there's a lot of problems with this deck. Like, these Tamers are hyper problematic. This card's hyper problematic. This doesn't seem problematic on base, but, like, giving everything Rush kind of is nuts, especially because these exist. These are kind of very poorly designed cards. Like, there's literally just everything is wrong with this deck, which is why everything is working the way it is. Yeah, Sylphimon being able to attack right before the unsuspend phase is, like, the goofiest shit ever. No, but Skylance, you don't necessarily need the promo, but he just helps, obviously, make the deck more optimal. This deck can be pretty annoying. Probably take the Meruki here, because we have a higher likelihood of seeing the other level 4s. And we set up an Asuna. Asuna discards a Garurumon to draw 2. Okay. Yeah, like, I think Time Strangers definitely is, like, accidental power creep. Like, I don't think that they intended that these cards are going to be worked in this way. Because, like, we saw the dramatic power shift between, like, using the Neptune deck the way it was designed versus the Neptune deck and the way that Bandai probably didn't think about it. And, like, usually when Bandai doesn't think about things, that's when mistakes tend to happen quite a lot. Oh, my opponent's taking it easy on me? Nice, nice. I mean, sure, I could just Digivolve here. It doesn't really matter. Maybe I should have just Digivolved here. Oh, well. Yeah, I'll just set this up. He's not doing anything. He's not putting pressure. We take the Gato here. Because we need the yellow. And then now we potentially have access to the end of turn goofiness. So, jamming and extra security safety. Oh no, my Goma. Whatever will I do? Does this redirect? No. This doesn't redirect. It's just a mem setter. Yeah. Ooh, Tapir. So I probably set up Asuna and discard a Cyclone. And then next turn, Tapir. Still not finding what I need. But my opponent's taking it real slow and real easy on me, so this is perfectly fine. I technically could have done, like, Gato Cyclone kill this. So, if he doesn't Digivolve here, I'm probably going to end up doing that this turn. Like, use 1-in-1. You're confused on what you can Digivolve on top of, You're still confused on what you can Digivolve on top of when you should hard play your cards. Yeah, that's gonna be the biggest learning curve is like when to Digivolve versus when to hard play. And then managing the memory on your hard plays is also going to be a bit of a tricky task. Oh, he did go into a Merukimon. Okay. Oh, now he has security attack +1. That's not good. I get a gain of memory, go up to 3. I could go up to 5. I mean, I could potentially out this, right? So I do 1 Gato. That'll -3. That will put him to 9. And then this will give me +5, so that will make this 10. I mean, he doesn't have Rush and he doesn't have anything else. So I think I literally could just wait 1 more turn. Because he doesn't have Unsuspend either, right? Yeah. Yeah, so now next turn I should be able to Flood. Oh, well, there's the card I was waiting for. Alright. So, assuming that they can't kill me next turn. Do I just take another... I'll just take another Meruki. I probably should have took another Sylphie, actually thinking about it now, because I probably could have DNA'd multiple times. Yeah, so that was a mistake on my part. So, next turn is going to be absolutely huge if they can't kill me. Like, their Merukimon just is functionally not going to exist, like, be a relevant threat. Yeah, I should have took the other Sylphie. I could have DNA'd multiple times. That was stupid of me. Oh, nope, never mind. I just automatically lose the game. Alright, cool. He had the inheritable. I functionally just took too long. Yeah, I should have comboed off and done something about his one singular Digimon that turn. I just played too passively and took too long. I should have killed the Andromon when I had the chance. That would have been massive. But then he could have just hard played a Merukimon and then things could have gotten muddy real quick. So it was actually still safer for me not to do that. And he was just waiting for the correct pieces to fall in line. Haruko is the same as Asuna. You could swap it out for the same name. Yeah. No, I probably should have acted that turn. And tried to dig and set everything up. So I probably could have won that turn if I decided not to take the passive approach. Thinking he didn't have lethal, and then he did. Like, it was a very telegraphed lethal. Like, it was not a hard read at all. I just chose not to do anything about it. You don't lose your follow-up for doing one of them? Yeah. No, I messed that one up. That was on me. Ukomon? So we probably do this. Grab Gato. As much as I want the 8... Oh, I could grab Agio too. Might as well. Red hybrids. Okay. So we definitely be racing here. That's fine. This is Memsetter, right? If you have 2 or less, set your memory to 3. Yeah, it is Memsetter. We'll Haruko before Asuna. Hey, found a Meruki. Nice. Alright, so now we're just looking for the level 5, and then we're going to set up the Asuna next turn, and we should be in a pretty good spot. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is this is a Memsetter, so I'm like, ugh. Oh, he's going? He's going for it? X antibody. Are they Garuda? Oh, no, it's this version. They're just gonna punch... Oh, Gallantmon. It's just an alternative way to play Gallantmon? Do I use this now? I think I have to. I think I raise this out, and I use this, and I set this up. Yeah. So, I'm gonna do the Demi-Devi. So that way I could get, like, a draw for a Digivolve. Because I'll be able to Digivolve for free. Because otherwise, if I just hard play any of these, I don't get an extra draw for Digivolve. What do I have in my trash currently? I have the Taper and the Agio. I think I set up the Gato in here. Nope, didn't see what I needed. We'll Digivolve here. Uh, uh. So I can pop the in-between, go to 3, set him to 4, and get rid of his Gallantmon X with Merukimon. I think that's the play line. That's unfortunate. That is incredibly unfortunate. Because now he could Digivolve that. If he has the whole combo again, then I think I just die. No, I wouldn't die. It would just hurt a lot. Yeah, Gallant X would be lethal without any board presence. Because I gave them 4 memory. Fortunately for me, they don't have another tamer set up. Otherwise, I would be in very big trouble. Medieval Gallant. And then he deletes. And then he attacks into the Garurumon. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't actually have an instant response to this. I should have played something out off of this effect. Yeah, I should have played the taper off of it. Cuz I literally don't have a response to this medieval. Yeah, because this would have procced this to trigger, and then I would have been able to hard play a Tapermon, hope to find Merukimon, and try to Meruki him again. But because he has the Buko set up in the back, it just makes things, like, way too complicated. So I have to play this and hope to find Merva, essentially. Nope. Alright. That was cute, but, like, that just goes to show that Gallant's still, like, incredibly broken no matter how you play him. Like, I've seen blue decks use him, I've seen yellow decks use him, and because, like, Medieval is just such, like, the dumbest and easiest card in the world to use, like, you just sprinkle him into a deck and then you're good. Going second. I think I still mulligan this. I have a rookie and then, like, literally nothing else. This is arguably worse. I might be able to draw into a rookie, and then it's okay. Now I'm on a losing streak. Alright, we're basically facing the mirror. Oh, we're 100% facing the mirror. So who pops off first? And he's got a rookie, and I don't. Drawn to a rookie. You think Medieval is gonna get reprinted in AD? More than likely, yeah. Like, they have to keep reprinting that card because he's just so obnoxiously broken. Alright, cool. We got a Tamer. Ooh. I think it still is the Dan. Actually, is it Merva? Like, is the play actually Merva? I don't know if the play is to take Merva. I think it is just the Dan. Because he goes, like, if he's doing his combo properly, I just die. Like, Merva's not really stopping or doing anything. Because he'll just suspend the Merva, and then, like, nothing happened. Like, I did my thing and I made myself weaker and more vulnerable. Because he doesn't technically have to attack into the Merva, he could just suspend it. So, he could play around the on-deletes. And now he gets to play a second in-between. And out-search me. And then he's going to take Meruki. Yep. And then there's a very high chance I just die next turn. Oh, shoot. I was supposed to play the Dan and Yuki. Yeah, I was supposed to play the Dan and Yuki and then play the Agio, give him 5 memory. Shit. What? What is this doing in here? That doesn't belong. Okay, so there's a very high chance I'm just dead here. Red for Sylphie? Yeah, but there's way better cards than that. Like, literally this. And this is more searchable because it's also an Iliad. I think we just take the Asuna. Yeah, he's most likely just gonna kill us here. If he has Sylphie, then I'm just conceding on the spot. If he doesn't have Sylphie, then we're kind of in business. Alright. You also forgot that Garurumon isn't better. Yeah, like, you could just run 4 Garurus. You just run Garuru, you run Garuru, you run Gato, and you run Agio. Like, that's it. That's the lineup. Like, that's if you don't want a red. Like, there's just functionally better cards. Yeah, so, like, Goma being the worst searcher out of the two means that I'm going to Digivolve into Goma. Oh, it's unfortunate. Do I take the Asuna or do I take the Gato? I think I just take the Gato. Yeah, unfortunately, lose my tech card. Just randomly set that up? Sure. I mean, they're allowed to do that. So now this is the turn I play this to set this up. And then we really don't need any of these, so it's probably just the Goma. Maybe it was Meruki as, like, the correct pick. So maybe I should just move this out and do a chip damage. Oh, no, I definitely shouldn't do that. That sounds like a terrible idea. Alright, now this is a Tapir play. Oh, do we take the Tapir or do we take the Agio and the Asuna? I think we just take Tapir Asuna. I don't think we care about Agio right now. Alright, we found this selfie. I don't have another option, so it's fine. Oh, they're letting it go? Oh, no, they're raising. Okay, I'm like, there's no way they don't let... Like, they don't let this happen. So, I probably should have set up the Asuna instead of a second Tapir, then. Just so then I have board, like, guaranteed board presence. Because this deletes one Digimon, and then he Digivolves again, and then... Oh, maybe it doesn't. Yeah, unfortunately, I just need to do this. God, I'm like whiffing. No, I'll just let this die. There's no way he has an ace, right? Is this the blocker one? Yeah, this is the blocker jammer. That's gonna be really obnoxious to fight through. Not impossible, because I could just pop his Digimon. But it's the all turns. He could activate it. Like, I really need to see a Garurumon. Garurumon would be really good because then I just suspend his whole field. Hard play. Delete one of the tokens. Oh, no. He just deletes my Digimon. Well, there's the Garurumon. Oh, these don't trigger. Right. Such a high likelihood of this dying. I think I make the attack anyway. He has an ace, of course. Alright. Too slow. I was too slow. Like I said, ace bait. I literally couldn't do anything about it. I had 0 play lines against what he had. I mean, I could, no, I couldn't even delete the, no, I could have deleted the level 5. So I would have had to hard play Gato and then DNA'd. And then that would have been minus 8k total to delete the level 5. But then the rest of the board would be very hard to deal with. You needed to be more aggressive at the start? Yeah. No, I needed to play my... So playing that extra Tapirmon really fucked me up, and I should have played the Asuna instead. Fenrir in 2026? I mean, they're allowed to play it. I play Mirage in 2026. I like Mirage. We need more, like, good blue decks. Because blue helps, like, actually unironically balance the format. Because I feel like the format is way more toxic without blue, because then on deletion effects become, like, incredibly OP, because blue is the only thing that's not deleting things. Like, full stop, legitimately. When blue is removed from the format, things get way worse because on deletion effects just functionally are better. Like, that's why I'm okay with, like, Neptunemon existing, even though I think, like, Time Strangers as a whole is pretty toxic. Oh, I want all of them. Do I just Digivolve into Garurumon here? And then next turn just hard play Gato and then full send? I mean, I could wait a turn to set this up, but I could, like, absolutely demolish his board state. Deal a decent amount of damage. That seems sensible. What, my take on blue? Like, and that's partially why I really enjoy blue decks. Like, honestly, blue helps balance the format because no other colors, like, removing Digimon via card effects. And the only other color that does that right now is black, and that's because they de-digivolve the problematic card away. Oh, they so open themselves up. This is not even funny. Yeah, I unfortunately have to lose the damage because he has the blocker. We'll actually play the Garurumon out. So the reason why I'm playing the Garurumon out is because I'm going to Digivolve into Merukimon, and then I'm going to unsuspend and draw a card. So now I should be threatening a lot of damage next turn. I probably should have considered using Gravity Crush, but depending on how much memory they give, it might not be an issue. Oh, he's just gonna ascend? I mean, I guess theoretically I can't deal with it. I say theoretically because I can. Oh, how is this not working? Oh, it's a when attack. Oopsies. I keep forgetting that this basically didn't do what I wanted. Although him searching here implies that he doesn't have what he wants either. And me actually hard playing this Merukimon does make it harder for him to deal with my field. So I guess it wasn't the worst play. Yeah, so I should have done it on himself, and then I would have been able to clear his field. So that's where I messed up. I thought I was choosing this to unsuspend, and that's not what happened. Because I meant to choose him, and then he would attack into this. When attacking, unsuspend this and draw a card. But I don't think my opponent actually has, like, a good playline out of this. They can Mind Link if they have the proper 5, and that's about the best they got. I don't think they could deal with my whole field, though. Okay, so they get a draw and discard. And then they get a gain of memory. So that way they could Digivolve for 3. So they can make a power play here. Take advantage of my fuck up. Let's blocker retail. Yeah. Nope, they don't have it. A little too late on the level 5, and that seems like the wrong level 5 because you can't even pick it. No other color. Red Medusa, right for underappreciated. Yeah, I think like Medusa right now is a little on the underappreciated side. I'll definitely say that. Chat, can anyone explain to me why I have 33 viewers at like post midnight? I really should be getting to bed. Like, are late night streams just better for viewership? Like, I don't even get those numbers on Twitch. I guess I should, like, after this, change the title to just Meruki OTK. Goblin Hours are prime. Risu! What are you doing here? West Coast represent? Okay, fair. That's fair. Goblin Hours on top of West Coast. If I draw into a DNA, that would be hilarious. Aw, darn. Well, that's fine. He gets 1 block. Unless he has an ace. Who's texting me? Oh, that's Steam. Oh, well, there's the DNA. That's what I was looking for. But it's a little on the late side. I was hoping to do that on the draw. Yeah, sure. We'll unsuspend this. Wabam. I can't believe I have to go to Nats in 5 days. Do you have your invite, or are you gonna do LCQ, Steve? Nats, no offense, Nats is like always notorious for being one of the worst formats in the entire game. Every single time. Like, full stop. Every single Nats has been one of the worst formats. It's kind of sad and kind of hilarious at the same time. You got your invite? That's pretty dope. I participated in 2-store regionals and got the teeth kicked out of me. It serves me right for playing rocks. Is this a keepable hand? I really like it. Is this greedy? This is too greedy, but I'm gonna keep it. We're gonna go full greed. YouTube is better for the Digimon TCG? Yeah, I agree with that. I need to, like, try to revive my Twitch for other things, but, like, the problem is I have so much time in the day to, A, do my job that I currently have, and then, B, make content. Oh. I really want to take the Agio. It's so greedy. But it has to be Tapir, unfortunately. Oh. It's so greedy to take the Agio. You prefer watching on YouTube because no ads with premium? Hey. That's pretty good. Yeah, because Twitch is weird. Ooh, what do I take? Do I take the Searcher Rookie, or do I think it is just the other Haruko. Like, the Searcher Rookie, this is the bad one, so it's most likely only going to find me one card. So, in that case scenario, it probably is just the Haruko, then. And then, if Haruko finds a Gatomon, then we're, like, absolutely cooking. Greed equals justice. A brick potential? What brick? I'm not bricking. Does this look like a brick? My house is full of cards. Oh, interesting. That seems very greedy. I don't know what they're doing. What? Why are they running this? I'm so lost, chat. I'm so lost. I was lost in whatever sauce that they were making and cooking. Probably versus Jess. What Jess? Jess CS? So just like generic CS engine with a couple of Jessmon cards to fill in the gaps? This is actually an okay hand. It's not bad. Because it's just Goma into Tapir or Haruko. I think it's more important to set up the Tamers first, so... Ooh. Actually, I lied. It's gonna be Tapir. Gato. That's a good pick. And then... probably another Haruko? In Between Theater is really good, but I don't have the Tamer, so I think it is just Haruko. Also, you haven't played Digi since, like, BT12. You don't know... I don't know whenever Shine Greymon Burst Mode was, like, Tier 1. Out of curious, my friend was telling me about the game again. I mean, Shine Greymon's getting some support. Burst Mode still seems like a very strong card. Because free Evos are good, shockingly. Agio and Meruki? Interesting. I mean, you're more than welcome to scrub through the stream and check it out. Game's pretty fun at times. Meta's kind of degenerate, but, like, I guess for whatever reason, people like degenerate metas. We definitely take this. That's literally the piece that we were missing. Do we do this check here? That's the big question. Is do we take this check? Because if I don't take the check, I'm most likely going to be Agio into Haruko. So that way next turn I could move out Goma. Play the Gato, play the Garu, do the combo, and then still be able to, like, Digivolve into Cyclone or whatnot. I think I do just take the check. This deck seems cool, though, given the early Rookie Rush vibes from the start of the game. Yeah. It kind of is for the most part. It's just set up Tamers and then just Unga and then Bunga. Like, That's pretty much the game plan and the strategy. Like, you generally don't try to chip with your rookies too much, because setting up your tamers to just play your own Digimon for free is, like, way better. But, like, you're gonna see, like, degenerate stuff like this, where it's just like, yeah, I'm gonna gain a memory, then I'm gonna search my security, get a free Evo, then I'm gonna gain a memory, and then because of the... Oh, they didn't have it. I thought the turn was gonna be way worse. That's really good for me. Probably pitch the Cyclone. Yeah, pitch the Cyclone. Should have pitched Agio. Yeah, this is like a really hyper fun degenerate deck. I gotta build it. I gotta basically just buy the Merukis, and I gotta buy the Key Tamer. Alright, since I have 3 Tamers set up, what else is in my trash? I have a Tapir set up in the trash. So, what you're about to see is, like, absolutely disgusting. So, we are going to play out a Digimon from the trash. We're gonna play out the Cyclone. Then we're going to play out another Digimon. We're going to play out the Gato. The Gato is going to let me minus DP, Digivolve here. So keep in mind, this is all right before the unsuspend phase, because the timing of this is at the start of my turn. So I get to make an attack before I'm unsuspending my Digimon here. So, popped their Digimon. Weakened Barrier. And then we get to play out another Digimon, which is arguably incredibly strong for us. So we're going to play out the Cyclone, which could give us another free attack later. Yeah, you saw me do this before. It's cool. Like, this is literally all of this right now is happening before I can unsuspend my Digimon. That's the dumbest part. If I had another Gatomon and another Sylphimon, I could technically do another 2 checks before even unsuspending. It's like, these cards are so correct, it's just absolutely ridiculous. And now I'm going to play an Agio for free. Use Agio to play out an Asuna. And then use Asuna to discard probably another Agio. Yeah, they're so cooked. They are so cooked. Because I get to unsuspend and then do another 2 checks. And then because I have Cyclone, I just literally win the game. So cooked. Empire, thank you for the $5 dono. But yeah, red seems to be becoming the trash hate color. Millennium from BT18, Phoenix from BT23, Medusa from BT24, and Medusa from EX11. Let's not forget, like, Gallantmon's original gimmick was taking advantage of the opponent having too many cards in their trash. So he was kind of like the pseudo reverse trash hate color. He also has the floodgate that stops them from playing cards specifically from their trash. So, yeah, red definitely seems to be the big trash color. Yeah, do the Garurumon, then split out the... Yeah, like, there's just so many goofy shit that can go on. And that's literally all just at the start of the turn. Like, something has to go, though. Like, it's decks like this where it's just like, something has to cave. And I'm really hoping it caves post-Worlds, so that way we could go into potentially BT25 in a slightly healthier state. Yeah, the original Gallant had, like, security attack +1 for every 10 cards in the opponent's trash. Yeah. Gallant's got a lot of good, like, anti-trash tools, and they have, like, really... Like, I'm shocked that more people aren't playing Gallantmon because he's still an insanely strong card. Like, he's just a good deck. There we go. Yeah, unfortunately, I do kind of... Like, this is why I'm, like, super hesitant of building this deck, is because, like, something's gonna have... Like, it's gonna get banned. Like, there's too many degenerate and disgusting things going on in this deck for it not to get hit. Like, this card's fucked, the Tamers are fucked, like, the promos are kind of fucked. Not, like, entirely, but they're very, very strong cards. This card's terrible future-proofing. And then let's not even forget about Hoodie and all of the war crimes Hoodie has been committing. We gonna take one of these? Do we take the Tapir? I like all of them. Do we take the Tapir or do we take another in-between? I think it is just Tapir. Tapir can grab us 2 cards. It's so funny to hear that because Gallantmon was, like, not good for so long. Yeah, Gallantmon got a couple of cards that absolutely power crept him to, like, insane levels. And it's so good that other decks are adopting his engine because his engine is just incredibly powerful and resilient. Wing Guardians. Interesting. I like the art on this card. Like, I like what these are doing. It's just unfortunate that they're just not super great. And then this is the Searcher. Hey, he found stuff. Yeah, unfortunately my hand is a little on the bricky side. The second Tapir is not bad. So I can make cute plays like this. This will let me search. Found another Tapir for more searching. As much as I hate doing it, I think I'm just going to have to Digivolve here and then make the raid attack. I got so much search, jeez. Yeah, I just need to clear out his threats. Yeah, I'll show you some of the Gallantmon cards. Because, like, yeah, Gallantmon wasn't good for a very long time until literally EX8 gave him a second X antibody line that really power crept shit. And then he got more support in BT... what was it? It was BT20... Was it BT20 or BT21? No, it was BT21. He got more support that further made him, like, absolutely cracked. Oh, this is unfortunate. I can't, like, use another in-between theater. So I'll keep this out and play a second Tapir because he won't be able to Digivolve and do stuff. I think in this situation, we kind of just have to take the Gato. And then probably the Asuna. Get that set up. So, I'm not going to suspend an attack, because there's no point. I could give him more memory, but that sounds like a terrible idea right now. Play Davis? Yeah, there's your Davis. There you go. Crimson mode still hard punishes trash decks? Yeah. He's a good surprise one-of, because most of the time Gallantmon's protections, like, are good enough to keep him insulated. So that way, like, the following turn, they could do, like, some absolute shenanigans. What does this card do out of security? Play a Wingardium level 5? Is that gonna mess me up? Probably just gonna have to Digivolve here, just to try to get max value. Okay, so now we're just looking for one card. We're gonna swing here. And then we're gonna play Asuna. Use Asuna's effects to discard probably the Goma. Or, no, Goma's still search. Actually, I have 2 searchers. What am I doing? Yeah, we'll discard the Goma and draw 2. And then we'll use this effect to play out an in-between theater for free. And there's the last piece that we needed. So now, even if this does get deleted, I'm insulated with the Asuna. Is this at the top or bottom of the security? I'll just make the attack. That's fine. He's gonna try doing stuff. And literally because of the Asuna, there's, like, almost nothing that they can do. So I'm pretty much guaranteed to win the game next turn. Like, they have to push out and do something, otherwise they automatically lose. I guess losing it is. See, like, and these are the situations, like, as a Digimon player, where you have to be able to read the room enough to know, like, what to try to prevent and avoid. So, I guess this was good enough. It stops 1 potential free damage. Oh, he gets to attack. Ooh, okay. So, that does actually prevent me from doing my thing. So, what can I do now? So, I could pay this to Digivolve. I won't get the security attack plus. But if I do that, that's 4. Gain 2, go to 3. So, that will be... I could probably make it happen. I can make something work. Oh, this is just 3 to Digivolve? Yo, that's really good. Draw 1, trash 1. Actually, we'll trash a Goma. Green memory boost. Now we Digivolve into Meruki. Then Meruki lets us unsuspend. We'll get plus 5,000 DP. We will make an attack. Then we pop the in-between theater. Play out the correct card this time. Grab the Goma, I guess? Or, no, grab the Gato. Make the attack. He gets to play out his Digimon. If it doesn't have blocker, then I win the game. Alright, I guess I just win the game then. Take the Garurumon. Then we get to pay 1 memory to unsuspend. And then we pay no memory to make an attack. Yep. And then we attack for game. Nah, shout out to Pulsemon for being like $30 back during set 4. Right. Do I have a Gallant deck built? Yeah. Here it is. Alright. So, oh, this isn't updated. This needs to be updated. But yeah, so in EX8, we got Gallantmon X Antibody. Like, if you're curious. This card's very wordy, but basically you Digivolve up into him. He'll gain plus 4,000 DP and then reduce something on the opponent's side by 4,000 DP. Then delete one of their Digimon with 10,000 DP or less. And then if nothing was deleted, you trash the top card of your security and unsuspend this Digimon. And then while you have 0 or less memory, then you're basically completely immune to the opponent's Digimon effects. So the idea is you're going to be attacking and Digivolving mid-attack. And then because you're going to basically be like end of turn type of attack shenanigans, you get to gain all of the benefits for what this card is doing. Then you use BT12 Growlmon to be able to get memory back on your side. So that way you remain unsuspended. And then you can make a follow-up attack. And then you could do, like, even more crazy shit from there. Then you also got a promo Gallantmon that basically lets you just delete something. And then if the opponent has lots of cards in their trash, he's basically a free card. If he didn't delete anything, then you get a recover, which is nuts. He has this BT13 Gallantmon, which is doing something similar to this. Where if the opponent just has a lot of cards in their trash and you have a lot of cards in your trash, he also is kind of free. So you could just hard play Gallantmons and then just attack with Rush and whatnot, which is incredibly goofy. Then he gets security attack +1 from War Growlmon. So that way you be like, okay, I'm going to Digivolve into Growlmon, or War Growlmon, Digivolve into War Growl X, use X Antibody, Protoformer, X Antibody to swing, Digivolve into Gallantmon. Gallantmon's going to do 2 checks, 1 check burned, and then 2 more checks, so that's 3 damage. Use the fact that you didn't have anything, maintain turn somehow, and then swing for another 2 checks, and that's kind of where, like, Omnimon X Antibody comes into play. This is basically the new BT5 Omni X for game. So you just Digivolve into him, and then he could just attack without suspending, and he gets Rush, and he tries to blow something up on the opponent's field. This card's also just incredibly goofy. Then you also have Growlmon X Antibody, which just, when it dies, gives you a free Growlmon. Or, not free Growlmon, free Guilmon out. So you're able to have, like, sticky board presence because of that. You have better searching because you have more Guilmons and Guilmon X Antibody to search. When you delete shit, you're going to be gaining a shit ton of memory. Then, because the game is power crept because of these 3 option cards, between Memory Boost, Scrambles, and Trainings, It's very efficient to just go up an evolutionary line in a single turn, and in a mega, your mega is going to be swinging for all of the opponent's security, and then the game kind of just ends. So yeah, that's kind of just what Gallantmon is turned into, is just I delete something and gain a whole bunch of memory, or I don't delete something and deal a massive amounts of damage. So it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't type situation. Then you also have the generic staple of Medieval Gallantmon, which if your opponent has cards on the field, then you could just hard slam them for cheap. Again, similarly to this and this. And then he basically is like a pseudo floodgate, where when the opponent plays out Digimon, he'll suspend it and then pretty much delete anything that's suspended. And then with Gallantmon specifically, one of their new tools, like I said, I have to update this a little bit. This is a tiny bit outdated. One of the new tools is this Gallantmon, that basically acts as a floodgate for the opponent not being able to play things out of their trash. So it stops a lot of purple strategies. I know, shocking. But it also can hose on like other strategies, because more than purple touches their trash. Because you have like scramble cards and other abilities that are allowing you to like pull stuff out of the trash. So yeah, you have that, and then he's getting even more support. So yeah, he's just absolutely a very strong and powerful deck. Gallantmon X Antibody is like one of the most expensive cards. He's getting reprinted. This card wasn't super bad because it got a couple of reprints, and it's getting another one. Omnimon X is pretty bad in terms of pricing. This card creeped up real quick. So yeah, it's still a very strong deck, and it's still using like a good portion of like some older cards with like, I guess this is kind of old, with a lot of like the newer cards. So that's kind of Gallantmon in a nutshell. But yeah, so I think I got one more. It's past 1 o'clock here. I think I got like 1 or 2 more games in me, and then I'm gonna have to call it for tonight because I have to get up for work in the morning at like 7 a.m. But I'm used to little bits of sleep, so it's not that big of a deal. It's just sometimes I do get a little tired at work because the days get pretty long. And then I gotta pick up a treadmill tomorrow and figure out what other kind of content to make. And I'm like, why does life have to be so busy? I miss being a kid when I didn't have to do anything. I guess that's why we play children's card games, is to be a kid. At least that's the impression. It's just like, no, these are actually adult card games. They're just made for millennials. I guess this is okay. Demi Devi into Tapir and kind of just see what happens. I'll probably draw into more draw. Hey, that's alright. That's a piece I need, eventually. Well, I got 2 cards. I drew into more card draw, which is exactly what I thought I was going to do. Yeah, that seems sick. I just love how aggro and silly Digimon is sometimes. Oh, Digimon is so aggressive now. It's, like, ridiculous. Like, feel free to go back and watch some of my other streams, because that's where the majority of my gameplay content is, and you'll, like, see, just from, like, the decks that I play and the decks my opponent plays, like, how aggressive the game has gotten. Do I punish this? Do I dare punish this? I'm really debating. I think I do. I'm gonna go for it. Do I do Gatomon or do I do Cyclone? Cyclone's a little bit harder to punish, but like Cyclone's like such a needed card. Versus Gato, where I could find Gato or Agio. I think it's still Cyclone. Okay, definitely made the right call then. And then this way I can draw and trash. Probably discard a Merukimon, unfortunate. And then use Raid to kill his Digimon. So I'm being this aggressive because I'm just going to be hatching, and I know I'm not going to be able to OTK them next turn. So, like, I figured might as well just try to control and mitigate things. That's a card I need. Alright, so I'm pretty much almost set up with everything that I need. No. So, next turn it's set up Goma, set up Dan and Yuki, and then the following turn I kill my opponent. So, my opponent has 2 turns to live. Why are they just giving me free Digimon? I mean, I could just play off the rip right now, but I think I would rather just guarantee lethal. Because setting up the Goma and then setting up the Dan and Yuki guarantees my lethal. And then the Raid allows me to kill his Digimon. I could use this to draw and discard. Actually, I'll just discard Gato. And then he could have 3 memory because Dan and Yuki means that I'm going to win the game next turn. So he has to deal with this Digimon, or he just automatically loses the game. Okay, so he's moving up. Okay, so now he could attack over it. Or he's gonna just, like, link and kill it or something. I still think I have lethal next turn anyway. What does that do? Delete play cost 5 or lower. Okay, so yeah, he just kills this. Alright. We'll gain the memory first, because it doesn't matter. Then let's Digivolve into the Garou. The Garou gets to suspend his Digimon. I get the free jamming check here. I get the draw. And then I get to DNA. Yeah, this should be lethal. Like, I should also be able to fight through a potential blocker. Nidhogg. Okay. And then we just Digivolve for 3. This is like clockwork. This is like autopiloting right now. Unsuspend, give myself DP. 22. We won't attack because we just want to attack his security because we don't want to trigger this on deletes. And then we set up a tamer. Use the tamer effects to discard an Agio, draw 2. Then we use this effect to pay 1 memory to unsuspend. Use this effect to then play the option for free, get the attack, and then that's game. Sure. And then this will attack. And that's game. Easy. Alright. Probably one more, and then I'll call it. God, streamed for almost 5 hours? Jeez. This hand... Ooh. It's such a risky hand. But I almost want to keep it just to see if Haruko could get me into something. Do you think dual cards will have security effects? No. The whole point of dual cards is to Arts Digivolve. It's not to do anything else. Oh, this is the mirror. A delicate plan. Really? A delicate plan? Okay. Okay, my guy. Goma's not exactly the card draw I want. I can make the Agio work. I don't think they're going to punish this. ADP in 2026 is crazy. It kind of is, because there's not really that many security threats. Like, outside of just, like, options like this, where it's just like, yeah, it just goes in the battlefield. But, like, if you play it correctly, you just don't care. But GG's trying to learn the Hadesmon deck, but it's still super fun. It's very awkward compared to some of the other, like, Atmon decks. So if I use this to play out Agio, I don't get the card draw. So I think I just keep her. So we'll go into Cyclone. Then we'll go into Agio. Then we will use Agio to play out a Tamer. Agio will swing. Yeah, we'll just discard the Agio. Cyclone will swing, will be risky. DNA. Never punished. Wanted to see Merukimon. Will attack security with security attack +1. Oh, I get more draws. Nice. I forgot. Oh my god. We'll do a Haruko. Yeah, it's gotta be Haruko. Another Dan. So I have to hard play Haruko. So I won't have lethal this turn. Oh, he's got like nothing set up. Yeah, so if this is the case, we hard play Haruko. We don't find the Meruki. But we Crimson Blaze to basically prevent them from having a turn. And then we hope to find Meruki here. No, but we found Goma's. Man, not seeing Meruki there kind of sucks. But this should make things a little bit harder. What are they going to do? Hard play Guru? Hard play Gato, and then DNA? Oh. Yeah, unfortunately I have to play the Cyclone here. Oh, that's such a good hit. Oh, there's the Meruki. Alright, cool. We should be good because they can't kill me. CS Hoodie and Sakuyamon use removal in security? Yeah, I guess that's fair. Well, everyone's spamming Crimson Blaze nowadays. I mean, if it stops the opponent from having lethal and then you could reverse lethal them because of a Crimson Blaze, it's what you gotta do. Like, it's unfortunately one of the best cards that's anti-meta. And that's why it's almost $5 a card, being an uncommon. That also had a revisionist reprint. Yeah, so he can unsuspend and then get the attack in. But because of my field, I'm pretty well insulated. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. And then he doesn't have a way to win because he can't unsuspend. Although he can do that, I guess. And then I win on the backswing because I use all my tamers. Looks like yeah. He already knows that I have at least Cyclone to be able to gain Rush. And then he knows that I took a single Gato and put it into my hand. So he doesn't know the rest of it, but yeah, it's pretty safe to say that I had lethal there. Alright. So, if anyone's curious about the deck that I've been playing literally all stream, I need to change the name of the stream so it reflects that. So I'll do that in post. But yeah, so this is probably one of the most degenerate decks that's currently in Digimon. The goal is to get into Merukimon and deal lots of damage. So you have Bukamon that is blue and unsuspends blue things at the end of your turn. So Merukimon is also blue, so that means you could use Bukamon to unsuspend Merukimon, which is really good because you also get Dan and Yuki to be able to use Merukimon to then attack the opponent. So that's like the big combo is Bukamon unsuspending Merukimon after he already made a couple of attacks, and then Dan and Kanon gets you an extra free attack, and the memory literally doesn't matter because the game is ending the second you do that. Where the big damage is coming from is going to be Sylphimon, because Sylphimon gives you security attack +1 when you DNA, plus the plus 5,000 DP. So Sylphimon is hitting way above its weight class in terms of DP and damage. Then if it were to die, you're going to most likely have Barrier underneath it, so it's not actually going to die in security, and you get to play out an extra body. Which is really good because Merukimon gives everything Rush. Well, everything that's not Gomamon in the Devi promos. So, yeah, this is where, like, the real bulk of the damage is going to be, because you're going to DNA, swing, 2 checks, Digivolve into Merukimon, unsuspend, swing, 2 checks, end of turn, unsuspend, Dan, extra check, And that's where like a lot of the damage is coming from. And obviously if they don't have any blockers blocking you, then you're basically free to use like Garurumon or Aegiomon to get a free safe swing into their security, so you could check 5 security and win the game really quickly, really easily. The deck also has a butt ton of memory generation between In Between Theater and Blinding Ray, and you play enough rookies to where you could be like, okay, I did my multiple swings with Meruki. They should be basically at 0 security or need one last security check. So I'm just going to hard play like a rookie for 3 because I could gain memory pretty easily. It's going to gain rush off of the Merukimon and then swing into the opponent's security and then do the whole end of turn shenanigans. So it's very easy to do lots of damage really quickly. You do also have like some absolutely messed up ways to play out your Digimon between Asuna and Hiroko. So these will let you play out your Digimon from your hand or trash while being good consistency tools. So you're actually gaining momentum and tempo for playing them. Then on top of that, you also have like weird interactions because this happens at the start of your turn. So you could use that to set up 2 Digimon, have Gato be able to then DNA immediately into Sylphimon, and then you're able to attack with Sylphimon and then unsuspend because all of that happened before the unsuspend phase. So you could get 4 checks in with Sylphimon alone with the proper setup between Tamers and Digimon. So the thing is, we have to run other colors in order to, make the DNA work. So I'm running Cyclonemon because in case I don't have Merukimon, this is just a free rush body. It's very easy to use. And then obviously what the majority of people tend to prefer to use is Garurumon because he's part green. He comes with jamming. So again, just like with Barrier, it's a free, easy, safe swing to get on your level 4 Digimon before you DNA into your Sylphimon to deal even more damage. Then it also, importantly, suspends the opponent's Digimon down, so if they had a blocker, now they can't really block with it. So that's kind of like the important thing. So maybe I should go down a Cyclone and then up a Garurumon. That's up to you. You could play around with them however you want, but Garurumon is usually the preferred one for that reason. Comes with the inheritable of suspending stuff down, which doesn't necessarily matter too much because Merukimon also will suspend stuff down. So you could get past a wide array of blockers. You don't have any defenses against like aces or redirects if they're able to stick Digimon on the field, so you do have to be careful about those. But the deck is incredibly smooth when it comes to how the top end is operating, and when it comes to the low end pieces, you're going to be running Tapir for some more searching because, why not make an OTK deck really consistent? Which is why we're also running Gomamon. This is the worst of the searchers that you could run, but it's still a decent card and it does help with your card draw, which is why Devimon is also a really good card that helps with your card draw, and Gomamon also helps with your card draw as well. The upside to the promos is the fact that you basically get a free evolution, so it's just super efficient and easy getting up into your level 4s to line up your DNAs for your Sylphies. The hardest part about the deck is just finding the Sylphies and finding the Merukis. Once you accomplish that, the rest is pretty easy, and you don't always need Dan and Yuki Cannon to be able to, like, Dan and Yuki, or it is Dan Yuki. You don't need Yuki to, I'm just going to say Yuki, you just don't need Yukis in order for the deck to operate and deal lots of damage, but it does help because of the egg, and that's why the sole reason we're playing this egg in the first place is just to enable the whole Meruki and Dan combo. So that's kind of the deck in a nutshell. You also do have, like, based on all of these ratios, 1 total tech or flex spot. So this could be a Homeros, this could be an extra rookie, it could be an extra level 4, it could be an extra level 6. I don't necessarily know if it needs an extra level 5 because the obvious key one is Sylphie, but theoretically if you wanted to, you could use something like a Wear Garurumon or something just for the free unsuspend to be able to do some like other cute play lines. But I'm just using Crimson Blaze as the tech slot because it's just the tech card to use. We have the Haruko and the Yuki Tamer to be able to enable Crimson Blaze, and Crimson Blaze is just a really good floodgate, and it can surprise the opponent because they might not be expecting it. So yeah, that's kind of the deck in a nutshell. Very hyper aggressive deck. Usually kills pretty consistently on turn 3. Definitely relatively consistent on turn 4 if your searches are going well for you. And it does have the high roll potential to kill on turn 2, which is incredibly toxic for the game as a whole. Because the last time we were able to semi-consistently kill on turn 2, they banned that shit ASAP. Or, well, not ASAP, but eventually. So I don't know exactly what is going to get banned, if anything at all, because all of the stuff is new stuff, which is currently broken because Bandai can't design and check their quality fast enough because they have to design new sets because we're at 7 sets a year, and that's just what happens. Which is why I think that we need a more active ban and restriction list than what we currently have, as other games have showed us. So what I'm saying is not for naught. But for now, this is a relatively strong deck, and it's not necessarily the most expensive deck in the world either. You just have to pay the price of the Dans and the Merukimons, and the majority of it is relatively cheap outside of the promos. Luckily for us, we do kind of have substitutions for the promos, where you could use the Time Stranger cards that basically just reduce the Digivolution by 1. Sure, it's not free, but it's still easy to use. And you could probably like tech this card to be just another generic memory gainer, so you could figure and play around with all that just to try to make it work a little bit better. And that's why like also Homeros is like a good tech card, but that's also making the deck more expensive. Anyway, I digress. The deck is very powerful, very scary, as you saw through this like almost 5-hour stream of just raw gameplay dedicated to this one specific deck. It's not unbeatable, but it's a very, very good deck. So anyway, thank you all for coming out and watching the stream. It really does mean a lot to me, especially if you made it all the way to the end. So hopefully this little bit of a deck profile portion kind of helped round and wrap things up nicely, so you know exactly what I was playing, what I was testing with, and how I was using all of my cards. So thank you all again, and I hope to see you all in the next video or stream, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, night, what be it. Thank you all, and I'll see you later. Bye!